Bum, bum, bum. Okay, while it's loading, let me. Hold on. I also have to turn my AC up. Okay, let me fix two things real quick. Okay, well, I'm not gonna be able to fix it. My fucking view's freaking out. What the fuck is going on right now? Yeah, so what is going on with my fucking viewer? Okay, well, sound alerts aren't gonna be working. I guess I'm not allowed to fix it.
Hey, listen.
Unless it's working, in which case it's working. But if it's not working, I can't fix it. Without completely exiting VR. Oh, you hear it? What the fuck? Okay. I don't know why you can hear it, but alright, good. I guess.
Hard mode, but they're definitely a bit more difficult to get.
Okay.
You ever met that black
My audio's working in here, so.
I know, right?
Pizza, listen.
From the original days of Purple Lotus.
Oh, look at your claws.
What a pain. Oh,
Hey, truly. You're invisible.
You got this.
Pizza.
Those things look like there's a kind of go into you.
Oh yeah, my friend's been in a little
Well,
bit.
now it's fine. I just don't know what.
It was fun. He was the breaker.
So,
He died.
Oh, that's too
I
bad.
guess
Wrong
we learned
mic.
about the powder. Yes.
That's pretty much Mira.
Yeah,
bro, you're on the wrong mic.
Probably introduced in my.
Just like he was a murderer.
You can do that though if you want. You just like put a little thing over your, just put your hand over your mouth and be like,
Even if people thought he was friendly,
I'm
even a
old.
murderer can be, you know.
The asthma's kicking in.
Yeah.
The Asians.
Okay, am I on the right mic now?
Yes, you're clear now.
Cool. Alright. So I guess powder we found some stuff about, and then with the lesser roll would have meant that
I
you
think
didn't.
Lulu
we didn't find shit
misunderstood
about
a
the
little
other
bit, but we'll take it. Yeah, we
Yeah.
just studied the purple powder instead
Yep.
that week, I
Have
guess.
nothing to do with any of the politics.
Also,
That's fun.
there's a good chance I'm gonna maybe over the course of the coming week trying to pull you aside a little bit together with Key as well as one of the DMs because we want to try to get some knickknacks for the antique shop. So basically, players have in character maybe a thing that they can like buy or something. Like even if it's knickknacks or even something more rare, but again, something that basically would have also gotten by paths for the sake of it.
Sounds
For
good.
the sake of furthering
Works for
at
me.
least one of
Yeah, we got what like
circles,
a bit for the festival,
you
so
know,
we should be
reign
good.
of power within Rhinepold.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a couple things that people.
Today and
have
then
tried
3
to
more
do.
weeks.
Stability provided
Hey.
in what she was
With the fourth one being whenever it's the fancy night.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great.
The fancy night, we're sure nothing bad happens
Are we
because that's
gonna
always how it
hold
works.
that dress until 4th, or do you want to use it before
For
that?
the city, but it also
I'm thinking we just hold it till the 4th one.
technically hurt a lot of people.
That's what I'm
Because I
thinking.
think that's when the big dress
present
up night is.
circumstances.
You know,
Yeah, it
during
has
the
been
Given
told
present
that
circumstances
you can
for
still wear it over the
twins,
course
too.
of the festival.
Because of the
So the fourth night is the fancy
weird.
one where people get dressed
But
up.
she leverages
Hmm.
I don't like that there's
the
pods over there.
Regardless, if it hadn't been for the Carbillos, the Carbillos just provided.
Okay, everyone start gathering up at the front for announcements, please. Start gathering up at the front.
It'll be fine.
You can hide them locally, just you can hide them. You can disable them entirely for yourself.
Can you?
can? Yep.
Yeah, you go to stickers and it will say hideout
Go to the sticker submenu and then
What's
you
a
can
sticker?
click hide.
So we can't put graffiti around the map.
Oh, it's like
You see that thing
you
up on
know,
the
in
wall?
Overwatch you can put
there
like
can be
one
different
counter,
stuff people
like
can use.
tag
Use
something.
Stickers.
So why are you doing the keyboard?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I can't understand what
There's the
It's a shame I can't read.
Let me turn it on.
Yeah, well, not all of us can have shit with the set-uppers, huh?
Alright, a little bit of attention.
I got distracted. All right. So first and foremost, just in general, if you have not been told to swap into combat for now, stay out of combat. Just because we have a lot of people in lobbies most of the times, we want to try and avoid having a cluster of combat. So unless you're doing something that requires combat directly, I would stay out of your combat. If you're just like walking between areas, you can be in your casual and say you have your equipment on you and then switch to your combat. We just want to make sure we have the least amount of combats in the map at one time as possible, just to limit on people's lag, because they can be intensive. So if you have casual, please try and stay in casual unless you're doing something, obviously. We're not hindering you from doing combat stuff, do what you want, but just try and be cordial for everyone else, be considerate. Okay? If there is an event where something is going on and we have a big thing like last episode, you know, it's understandable a lot of people are going to switch. I would just say we're going to try and have a more direct in character, like, hey, put on your equipment. That way everyone knows when to switch and it's not like all at once, so we can take a second to do the switch just to save on frames. That way we can manage it a little better. So, and I understand some people may want to have like a casual version of their combat as well, just so they can look like they have their combat on but not have the full suite. That's fine too if you want to do that. Completely up to you. Did you have a question, Ryan?
I
Good?
did not
Okay.
know. Sorry.
Okay. So, like usual, if you do have questions, we're going to do a run of questions. But before we start, there are two updates. Firstly, thanks to our lovely map peoples, if you go outside the station area, you will notice that the outside is now high res. We got the map assets tied in, and now it looks a lot better. There's some areas over there you can explore a little bit. The map is now closed off with barriers, so you don't just fall off the map. You can just, can go over there. There are a couple little alcoves and nice places to sit around out there now, so it looks very nice. So if you want to go out there and explore, you're more than welcome. Secondly, after the Forge Breaker broke in, Voltus has issued an order that no one is allowed in the school who isn't staff. So students, teachers, and researchers are allowed in the school, but military, wardens, and anyone else are not. So if you are caught in the school and you're not part of the staff of the school, you're going to be escorted out and or arrested. So that's for icy stuff. If you guys have questions on that, you can always ask. Any other questions before we start? No hands, no hands, hands. Yes.
Would Dickory have been allowed to stay overnight to work on the vehicle project?
Yes, you're fine. Scout. Or silent.
Thanks. How for the class, how do we turn off the stickers thing? I don't know if that's relevant. A few people are
Go to your
asking.
radio.
Go to my radio.
Go to emojis and stickers.
I don't see that.
It's on the bottom of the radio.
It's on the bottom between tools and expressions. Opposite options.
If you're seeing like your combat stuff, you have to go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never
So go
mind.
there.
Stickers.
Go to stickers, and then
Eyeball.
you hit the eyeball. Yeah.
I mean, alternatively,
Yep.
just
You can
don't
hide
use
all
them.
stickers. Yeah, we don't necessarily have any reason to have stickers in lobby, so I don't think we'll be using them for anything, so you can just turn them off. And we ask people, don't use them. We'll discuss that. If you plan to have it be a thing, talk to us. But for right now, while we're still figuring out what is doable with the system and what it does for performance, we don't know if it has any effects yet. We're just gonna leave it off for now. All right. Any other questions before we start?
Says all we can.
Looks like a no. Go ahead and get to your places. If you have anything for us before we start, you can meet us over here. Simon!
What do we say?
These are like find nothing.
Are you a part of the thread for the transition project?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'll get you at it, but come over here. I'll tell you the. So the what was translated, because you know about it, and I just forgot to send it to you. Because you would know this before session. So, found inside one of the murals inside the shrine as it was studied. So Jurgen's prophecy was clear. The time of the living dragon will end in destruction. Eden will die. There is no stopping what has been seen, and thus the creation of Regenesis magic, our order, has worked tirelessly on. To those after us, we leave this hope for a new Eden in your hands.
Got it.
So that was from one of the murals that probably you had copied down.
Okay.
And if you want to go over it again in character, we can. But this would have been something that we would uncover before session, so we know about it already.
All right.
Cool. And I'll see about getting you added to that thread so that you're involved in it because you have been.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Yep. Yeah, so that is interesting. The time of the living dragon will end in destruction. Because we also had like the dragon's veins, right?
Fighting over the toys. Then I take them away.
Bites your ankles, Archie bites your ankles, Archie bites your ankles, Archie bites your ankles, Archie bites your ankles.
Kill it.
Wait, where's?
It's a fucking raccoon.
Finally.
There. Oh, look at these nerds over here again, smoking.
I need to get my mail.
Smoking their doobies in the corner.
My
Did you know we had a murderer living in this fucking building? Did you know that? Huh?
I thought it was over there. Or
Huh?
was it
No,
here?
no, it was fucking here.
Oh, it was this building?
It was hilarious because they were using Stitch's apartment, and I because like I was taking a break here, right, and I hear this commotion, and I go downstairs, and they're like trying to break into our apartment. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Stitch lives there, and Lulu's like, we only have so much space. No, it isn't. And it was made even worse when Stitch was brought in to investigate her apartment. But not her apartment. Anywho. My
You
point
live
is,
here, but you
yeah,
don't live here.
the fucking breaker lived in this place.
It's the big one. Like when you go down the stairs and you go all the way down the
Yep.
hall, it's that one, right?
Yep.
Well,
yep,
that's a
the
lot
one they
of
were using.
people's apartments.
Yep. All right. Was this always here? I don't remember this being here. Maybe it was. Weird. What was my favorite pastime? I see what you're doing there. Super sharp. Yeah. Hi guys, how's it going? It is festival time. The carnival is starting. There's a couple of people who I hope to have chats with today. I think that means it's starting time. We have to talk to Mira. We will want to talk with Sizzle's professor character, and we kind of want to have a conversation with Sevi about Dusk. So those are the big three things I want to do. We'll see about where else things leads us today. And then we'll see what the fuck else we got going on. In terms of just general events. This might be an earlier day for me. I am pretty tired. I realized I should not be up till 4 a.m. if I'm going to be doing meat rack. Am I going to switch on Dusk? Sort of.
Y'all good?
But in like listen, this is gonna happen to you, and I need you to not freak out about it, and we'll just have to work at it, because people are gonna have this visceral reaction to you. So yes and no. I think I was gonna say something else, but I don't remember what it was. So we're just gonna get started. Let's go see if anybody joins us for the Tai Cheese. I just realized that just makes me sound like I'm saying Thai cheese. Like cheese from Thailand. Which is not exactly what I'm going for. By the way, this fucking stream with Lena cooking with Neuro, Evil, and Vettel was just fucking gold.
Tai Chi is Chi.
It was what has turned really fun in watching Neuro streams is whenever the twins are together, it is literally like a pair of 8-year-old twins bickering. Except there are sometimes say really it's like children mentality with adult words. It's really fucking funny. And then they just roast, people who they're with all. It's a thing. Morning. Somebody turned on the sunlight a bit too much this morning. Just out of curiosity, do we have the time of day right?
Probably not.
Okay. Looks good. Thank you. I think there's been one day when one episode so far when the time of day has been correct at the start.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, of course. I myself am probably about 20 years too early for doing this, but hey. It's supposed to be good for the circulation, right? And some of these people in this video don't seem that old. Although, you know, that girl behind her, the guy could be like his granddaughter or something. nothing else. It is a good stretching before a session. So, here in Phoenix, we have had 19 days in a row that has either tied or broken the daily record for how hot it has been. And 17 of them have been record-breaking.
Morning, Paz.
Morning.
Apologies I haven't been here for Tai Chi.
It's quite all right. We were all out of it a little bit after.
Yeah.
I understand you were Close.
Yeah, I was.
It is a hard lesson to learn, Opal. Hello, Iku.
Morning, Paz. Morning, Opal.
Morning.
It's a hard lesson to learn that we might not all know the people that we think we know.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'm gonna skip out on the Tai Chi today.
As you wish. I will be here whenever you show up next. And what about you, Iku?
Here for stretch.
Very good. Do you wish to join us, Mira?
Not really.
Very well. So, how much do you remember?
Hands out. Push down. Breathe.
Let's take it from the top. You do have the beginning, correct? Hands in forward. And we start up and down. Up and down. And then we go up. And then we do what you were saying. We pull in. And we push out. And down. And we'll go again. Up. Pull in. Push out. And down. And one more time. Pull in. Push out. And down. Do you remember what's next?
Hand in face.
Correct. We come up.
Surprise.
And in front.
Thank you for that.
Other hand goes down.
Oh, come on.
Turn your head. Back to the center.
Not to say
Bring
that I doubted you.
hand up.
Are you surprised? A little.
And the other way.
Oh, come here, you. Oh my God! It's
And
just
again.
seen my little.
It's good to see you too.
Turn.
Yeah.
Well, how's home?
And down.
Home's great. It was was like pulling teeth trying to get your father to come, but he doesn't want to. He's
to the middle.
so just obsessed
Swap
with getting everything done,
hands.
getting everything ready, and I'm like, just take a day off. But I couldn't pull him.
Okay, so he didn't come?
No.
I mean,
unless he changes his mind, because if he changes his mind,
All right.
I just shouldn't have to do that. Work is so busy, and you know the pharmacy always.
What's
needs...
next?
Guy, you're a little guy. We always have to come see our boy.
Chose a hell of a week to do it.
This.
Yeah.
Foot
Actually,
out.
probably the best week to do it.
Not.
A week earlier, probably.
We
would-
missed a
that's
few.
not-
Yeah, definitely.
We have to hold the ball, remember? So,
Hold.
Oh, wait, no, you're right. Absolutely right.
we
Yes.
pull our hands up,
So we're your friends.
form it into a ball.
Well, it's still
Push it
relatively
down and
early,
bend your
Mom.
knees.
Most of them are in the dorms, waking up and eating
Come up.
breakfast.
I guess that's true.
Hold the ball.
Like to come see them?
Push down. And one more time.
I mean, obviously, you know, I don't wanna embarrass you.
Push
too
down.
bad.
I appreciate that.
And now when you come up,
I gotta rip this band-aid eventually. Come on, sure.
hold the ball in the middle. Do you remember what to do when we reach? Hand goes up, other hand goes down, and reach up. Stretch your spine.
At least 10 minutes.
Pull your hands back to the middle. Hold the ball. Twist your hands. Other hand goes up. And stretch your spine. Hold the ball. Twist your hands. Stretch the spine. And one last time. Hold the ball. And stretch the spine. And we come back to the middle again. Hold the ball. And we turn. Twist the ball so that your other hand is now on top. And turn the other way. Twist the ball. And turn. Twist. And turn. Twist. And turn. Twist. And turn. And we go back to the middle. Put your hands down. Now come the footwork. What do we do with our foot when we step forward?
Heel first.
Correct. And don't forget, when you put your foot out on your heel, your hands are down. When you move backwards to the ball of your feet, your hands are up. Forward. And backward. Forward. And backward. One more time. Forward. And backward. Come back to the middle. We'll do the same thing with the other foot. Forward. Hands down. Backwards. Hands up. Forward. Hands down. Backwards. Hands up. One more time. Forwards. Hands down. Backwards. Hands up. And back to the middle. Now, before we get to your punches, we need to push the wall. So, spread your feet a little bit. Bring your hands, hold the ball. And now you will lean to one side and push against the wall. And make sure your other foot gets put out. Then we shift our weight, and we push the wall on the other side, making sure the other foot's out. And back to the other side. And to the other side. Come back to the middle. Now, we get to the punching part. I believe this was more or less what it was made for originally. I may have to readjust myself once we're done. Very good. The punching happens similar to the steps we took before. Ball your hands. There you go. We put one of your legs out. And we go forward with the other hand. Then we pull back. And we do the same thing with the other side. But I forgot to mention, you're not on your heels this time. You're on the front of your foot. Otherwise, the weight distribution is awkward. Pull back. And now when we go forward, we kick. So raise your knee. Kick forward as you punch. Come back down. Other side, raise your knee. Kick forward. Come back down. Every time you do this, shift your weight as you're kicking forward. You have to be sort of moving side to side. Move to this side, knee up, kick forward. Back down, shift your weight, kick forward. Let's come back down to the middle. Arms down. And what did we do at the end?
Bow.
We bow. Very good.
Thank pass.
So, Iku. Who were those people?
Who people? Scientists.
Well, you went off with them last time we saw you.
Mm.
Anything you want to report, or is it personal?
Mm. Scientists do general test. Take long route back to lab.
And you are okay with this?
Scientists say Ikulila do.
Give me a moment. I'll be right there.
And make sure it doesn't happen again.
I definitely did not go underneath the docks. Okay. Where were we? You do know. You are under no obligation to go with anybody, correct?
But Ikulila follow orders.
Whose orders?
Scientists, instructors, Headmaster Valdris.
Val just told you to go with them. Did anybody other than the scientist tell you to go with them? Did you want to go with them? I don't care if it's an order or not. I am asking you if you wanted to go with them.
Ikulila. Conflict.
Why's that?
Maybe you're already at school. Maybe?
Ikulila not to get
told off.
By who?
Scientist.
Are they important to you?
Important. Ikulila, not sure.
Something I want to make very clear to you, Iku. You are in the Warden program now. You are one of our esteemed candidates, well on your way to being a full Warden. You have no obligations to anyone who you do not wish to have an obligation to anymore. The only thing that matters now, if you are here, for you have decided to devote your life to this cause, are people within the academy. Instructors, Valgers. Those are the only ones whose orders you need to be following anymore. If it makes you feel better, if you are okay with following these scientists, we have no right to stop you. But do not mistake that for you being obligated to do so. They can ask all they want. If you say no, that means no. If Valdres says go with them, well, that's a different story. But if any of that makes you feel uncomfortable and you would rather not, you do not have to.
If Ikulila say no, punishment.
Iku, I don't know where it is you came from exactly or who raised you. There are no more punishments. And if anyone dares try to do such a thing, myself, Valdres, Dusk, we will bring the wrath of the Academy down on those who try to do anything to you. Do you understand me? You belong to no one else but yourself and this cause. Good. Speaking of this cause, we better haul ass, otherwise Valdres will have both of ours.
Valdres have ass.
Ho, 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 ho. He will snatch it all, don't you worry about that. And if you have any other conflicting questions about any of this, you know where to find me. And you know where to find others who may be able to help. Let's go, Simon. Mira, once classes are done, I have something to tell you. Unrelated, more related to the things that we have been doing. It will be an important piece for you to understand.
Yes, sir.
It won't take more than a few minutes, don't you worry.
Mr. Paz?
Yes, Simon?
I did want to ask about one more thing before you get too much busy.
Very good. What is it? Do you want to do it inside?
Probably might as well.
Very good. Hello, Theodore.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Sorry.
Oh.
No, it's okay. I'm just making
Traffic
sure
jam.
it's
Do whatever you wish to do. I don't think anyone can stop you.
I suppose they're going up to the classroom.
Your delivery.
I'm just making sure it doesn't.
Coding class today.
I'm in a meeting at the moment.
Why?
Good morning, Pat.
Morning.
I'm gonna be going over encoding today.
Oh, fantastic. I'll be up there in a little bit. I have to have a chat with Simon.
Ah, fantastic. It'll be a few before we start talking about runes, so.
Very good.
Will show her having a distraction, whether it be in her mind or physically.
Let's talk in there.
Behind someone, the fluff of bushes being moved by the wind. But it could also
Separate over that, extra things for gathering these specimens.
What is it?
I was just wanting to confirm the whole situation with candidate Sevi, considering the incident with Professor Dusk the other day.
Simon. Well, let me ask first. Do you have any specific questions?
Just in regards to, I suppose, the level of confidentiality for it, considering I overheard it from that incident in the first place.
There are a lot of people, Simon, who have been hurt by the presence of magic beasts. A lot of people who have witnessed unspeakable tragedies take place. And a lot of those are wardens. We are the last lines against Shield Falls. We are the last bastion, the last hope of people who have no protection against some of the most vicious, disgusting, and almost cruel beasts. Dusk has
led a very long lifetime. He hates them with a passion that rivals any other. And understandably so. The amount of comrades that he has lost to them, Simon, it's not something a person should have to handle. To see those you care about, to see those you have grown close to, who you have formed bonds with that are stronger than family. And then they are wiped out. And you are the only one left standing. Over and over again. Because Dusk is one of the strongest. His levels of power is immense, and he is able to protect himself. But he cannot do so all the time with everyone else. And so maybe a part of it is his own guilt for not being able to save others. And something about that incident a few days ago, it snapped something inside of him. And he has a point. We are dealing with things that we have never seen, Simon. Things that mere years ago we would have found impossible. Things that almost should be impossible. And it shows how desperate things are becoming, Simon, that there are organizations that go through such horrific and terrible inhumane research. The things that I warned you about, Simon, the things that happens when people who are in our position and take things too far. That is becoming a reality more and more. Because I've told you this multiple times and you've heard it. We are not doing well out there, Simon. And things are getting more dire by the day. So people, naturally, in their ingenuity, will try to find solutions. Something else to give them an edge so that they may see tomorrow. So they create things. And those things sometimes turn out like they do with Casey. Turning them into a monster. Because it was an uncontrolled and wildly unethical project. And so Dusk sees it. And he sees the potential for something loose in the city. Potentially thousands can die. I believe Sevi is a special case. And I hope I am not incorrect. Because Dusk is right. There is a very big risk that we are taking of something that there is no precedence for. They do not know how they will change. We will not know how they change. We will not know when they'll change. We have zero control. But I told Dusk this, Simon. Do you know why the current class has been assembled? Other than being the usual wardens?
Headmaster Vol just said it was for what we've been studying.
Yes. They are not meant for our normal wardens. They will be the ones who complete this Regenesis project. Because the more we learn about it, Simon, that's what was meant to happen. I don't believe I told you this, Simon, but the twins have been assisting me in artifact research. They uncovered an orb. The orb bore a message from one of these creators. And while I don't recall the exact words off the top of my head, it very heavily not only insinuated but outright said the calamity was a planned event. And the Regenesis project was supposed to reboot the world. So, we have all these pieces to show us that if we can restart the shrines to their what they are supposed to do, we have a chance. A last chance. And so it all comes back to the fact that these students are it. We cannot afford to lose them, and we cannot afford to have one of our own professors kill one of them in front of everybody else. Because you have seen how close they are. If any of our instructors harms a single one of them for anything other than that warden being stupid and doing something terrible, we will lose all of them. There will be zero trust. And if there is zero trust, there is zero plan. And if there is zero plan, we all die a slow, agonizing death. I believe I managed to let Dusk know this. And, to his credit, Dusk is not stupid. He seems to have understood. And that's what that conversation was about. I will talk to Sebi, Simon. She should be aware, at least. But keep this conversation between us, please.
Right.
We will focus on our research and what it can assist with for those who are going out to the field. While the wardens will be the one that clears shrines for us, it will be up to me, you, Osiris, to figure things out. So don't you worry about the rest of it. Good?
Right. Right.
Apologies. We had to finish discussing something.
Please don't
Sorry.
worry about it. No. Please trust me. I only came over here to mention that Valdris offered for me to come with and form a research group that's going to be going into the wasteland with the candidates.
Yes, you are.
Yes, so he told me to come and speak to you guys.
Very good. I wonder.
I sort of have some things that could help already.
I need to ask Valdres a question. You see, we have been working on things that have uncovered some truths from the past that may be very relevant to what we are about to do. But these are things not to be taken lightly, and I would rather make sure that Valdres intends for me to tell you about it. It is, in some ways, unsettling things. In other ways, quite exciting! Oh yes, oh my, we will be doing many great things out there. And hopefully you can be a part of the knowing crowd, which I would much rather have it be, but I also would like to keep my job. So, I will make sure that that is very good with Valdres, just to make sure. And we will have a nice long chat, because things are more connected and more wild than you may think. But I assume you will like to be there in somewhat of a medical capacity as well.
Wherever I'm needed, I'm happy to offer assistance.
Good. There will be almost certainly things in there that we will not have even the slightest comprehension of. So we will bring every tool that we can possibly scrounge up, portable as this microscope of yours.
It's actually it's built with the dimensions of a normal one, but with just a little added spot on the viewports. So it's essentially just a normal microscope.
Find a box for it that can withstand a little bit of jolting around. I will
do.
Think that may be useful. Not sure, but the tools that we have, we will bring. You, Simon, you know what your tool is? I like you, Simon. You know what I'm thinking.
I was going to say his brain, but that works too.
Well, one is basically the same as the other, which gets him into trouble sometimes. Isn't that right, Simon?
Sorry, sir.
Oh, we're quite over that, Simon. So, when we head out, yes, you will join us. How much you will know ahead of time, I will determine soon. But in the meantime, for the both of you, I want you to make a list of tools that you may think possible. I am going to tell you this because you already know. We expect to find things that are very, very old. And I mean very, very old. So, anything you think that could be used to study that sort of structure, items, samples, specimens, we will want. We will want to be able to collect things to bring back here. Because this will be a chance for us to gather materials from this place for the first time. So, start making a list. Check it twice. If you two are naughty, I will bop you upside the head. Now, I'm going to go and see what this class is doing. Unless you have any other questions.
No, sir.
No, sir. Thank you.
Very good. Oh my, fun days are ahead of us!
In class, and if you could show us her quarters, that would
Very
be best.
interesting runes. What's the word? Pictography of things that we don't understand. That's why we have paths and many other researchers. Personally, I haven't found any runes to look weird. They are simply tools. Yes.
What if you already surgically put your core in you? You have to take that out.
That's a good point.
How else are you going to inscribe on your core?
Okay.
It's okay. We can install like a little Tupperware container flap on your chest so you can just like open it.
Who wants to teleport this? We can workshop it. We'll figure something out, Milo.
I think it may be.
Is there any portion of your core that is exposed? Quiet down.
No. No, it is. Nope. It is in my chest.
You may want to figure out a way then to be able to access it. Don't have to necessarily completely remove it. Who has the core?
Over here. Did everyone already know that? Was that information you wanted to shout to the whole class?
Other questions? I believe you had a question.
Yes. I know you said about replacing and I could have misheard this, but instead of replacing runes, is it possible to modify or enhance them if you want the same spell but to tweak it?
Yes. If you have a rune that is part of another rune, then yes, you can build upon it. But again, that does reset the attunement. You may get some bit of a head start. But if you're changing that intent, changing what you're manifesting, then you and your core are relearning. Pass.
Yes.
I had an interesting question earlier. I believe it was young Bailey was asking, what is the weirdest rune you've ever seen?
Weirdest? In what sense?
Bailey, clarification.
Like, I don't know, is there some rune that specifically, you know, makes like an ice chair or something? Or I don't know, like something like that, you know, like, or a dumb rune. Maybe like a I don't know, a train made of air or something.
That sounds highly useful.
Ice Thrower is actually a very well-defined spell.
I will say this. There is nothing weird. There is no bad. There is no better. There is no weird. There just is. Whatever rune you find, whatever rune is created, brings something to the table. It is much like course and your arms. Each arm that is created by one of you has its own function, its own style. Yes, people may find a fishing rod maybe odd, but when taking a look at it by the wielder, it is just as functional and useful as any other arm.
I guess weird is a word that places a limitation on creativity.
There is.
Except for the rune of self-vertigo. No uses for that one.
There was one where somebody tried to make a rune which would let them not ever get hangovers. I remember that one.
It would be useful.
That sounds useful. Can I learn that?
Yes.
One? Does that work?
Well, the problem was that it came with certain side effects.
One senses to another.
And let's just say
they were blue for weeks.
Blue?
So, perhaps the better way to think of it is there will be dangerous runes.
You can use
Runes that can harm you if you're not careful.
What?
Does that sound about right?
Yes, and please don't use your core as a party favor. You're not party magicians, you're wardens.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Well, unless you're that one who used a core in a clown outfit, but we won't go into that one again.
What?
Was the core their nose?
Ooh, alright then.
Please, yeah, please tell me it was his nose.
I mean,
Alright, 2 rules. Don't
One
be
of those
cover.
shocking
Don't be bait.
devices. Shake my hand, zap.
Perhaps we should ask Pazlin.
Decoys.
Oh, they turned their core into a hand buzzer?
Oh, wow.
Right. Any other questions that pertain to the class? Yes.
Are we allowed to ask and see
Hey, what's up, Kowski?
professors' runes, or we'll be arrested for asking?
Oh, you're perfectly open to ask. Most professors, most wardens will probably show you.
Imagine snow cones.
Some will not.
Good to know.
No. You know what
There
I
are
found,
some
Kioske, that are just like way better than snow
Special
cones?
circumstances, situations,
Fucking Italian ice. Ugh.
things that only experienced wardens should be working.
Wait, Kioske, did you have the Italian ice?
Yes.
There are also personal
At the con?
Wardens wouldn't want to share because it's their own
Yeah.
creation.
I was going to ask, I guess slightly similar to that. Is there
Okay, look it up
any
because
runes
it's
that are known
that place
we
is
should
actually
not
a.
attempt to use, like ones that have been deemed very dangerous to attempt?
There are a few. And when you come across them, they're going
The
to be
place is
fairly
called
obvious.
Rita's. And there's like it's a
Death
chain
and
apparently all
curse
over
runes.
the US. So if you can find a Rita's, R-I-T-A,
Two types of
apostrophe
runes
S,
that
go and get the wild cherry.
are
Oh,
rarely
it's
used.
so fucking good.
And if chosen comes with great scrutiny. Because again, a lot of casting depends on your intent and your focus. And of course, there's no runes out there that you can simply go, kill that. Else we would not have a job. The problem is that when you go, kill that, there are other things that can be in the way. Before and beyond it. And if that intent is off by the smallest bit, that intent has any maliciousness, then that manifestation goes wildly wrong.
What? Weird. Closest 10 miles away. Damn.
You have to be absolutely sure
There's one
in
like
what you're doing.
maybe a 10-minute drive away from my house. So I've
Quite
gone through it
literally,
like
your
multiple
job
times.
is to go out and to kill, to destroy,
Heartfully do,
to
yeah.
cause great harm.
Yeah, no, I
to
hear you on that
cause
one.
Damage, to disrupt.
Well, you might be able to
in
find
order
other
to protect
Italian places
everyone
around
from
you.
magic beasts.
But yes, make yourself an Italian
Accidents
ice.
are unavoidable,
Bijou an Italian ice machine.
but great care is taken to mitigate any kind of accident. There's a heavy responsibility that is applied to each and every one of you.
Are there ways to protect ourselves from runes of that nature?
You need to shut the bed. Unity being unity. Understandable.
If you go down this path, like I said, it comes with great scrutiny. There has to be extremely clear intent, a clear image of a destination, a final manifestation.
Okay. I very much. Do you have a date that you know you're coming in? Like, are you coming in during the festival, or are you coming in after?
You must work with an instructor. To ask one of us. Yes.
I believe she means protection from a caster using that sort of rune. The warped and wrong ones.
Like a counter rune.
To clarify, the runes of death and curse aren't wrong runes. They're just dangerous to be used. And we don't bar anyone from using these runes. It's just that the intent behind them can cause great damage to the caster in the process. Which is why we caution against them. Just like any other rune, they can be protected against using any number of a Jord of warded runes that can protect an individual.
And that is why it is so important that... Go ahead, Paz.
My usual suggestion is start with simpler things. Start with things that are easy to master. And once you are along in your wardenhood and you have seen many other runes and understand their concepts, you can begin to ramp it up.
Why are they not answering the question?
Yes.
Welcome back, Hayden.
Thank you.
Other questions? Well, you think if there's any other questions? Take a stylus and pass the box around.
Wait. Are we gonna, with our own...
With your own stylus and your own core, you're going to do your research on runes, and you're going to encode a rune. We have an assignment coming up very soon. Like I said, if you want to change out runes, you can. But it is imperative at this point that you begin the process.
I didn't know you could just
You only have so much room on your core.
Tail
to
just
encode
make that double
runes.
size makes sense.
In the back.
Is it possible to pierce too far into a core? Instead of just etching on the surface?
I have yet to see a student re-encode enough times to break a core, or to be as careless to destroy such a valuable item.
So
You
it doesn't
have your
just
core.
explode or something?
No, it does not explode. If you carve too deeply, it will fracture and break and become useless. And if your core becomes useless, you no longer have a core, and you are no longer a warden. Or candidate.
You're hoping next week?
And we have a lot of money.
Good.
Might be a dumb question. Please disregard if it is. Can you write your own name on your core?
That is extremely careless. Because as I said, you only have so much room on your core to engrave runes. If you want to give up some of that space to put your name on it, and give up some of the power of your
Stylus for
core,
etching for yourself.
Thank you.
that is your choice.
Who, Bailey?
Don't you just pull from the core directly?
I'm so glad I've done calligraphy before.
Yeah, but again, just talk to Professor Soliloquy. I'm sure you can figure something out.
And the box gets to the... Oh, okay. It's in the back row again.
Yeah, it's just like...
Any other
like
questions?
the
or is that
lovable
all?
doofus, you know?
I'm also stupid and just blabbed about the whole thing.
Alright.
You're fine.
Well, that is the end of this class then. If you have any questions that come up, like I said, Professor Norset, Paz, or I, or any other professor you wish to ask, are available. Do spend some time in the library researching runes.
By
Find
the
the
way,
right one for what you want to do.
I have no idea what's going on. I have not been told about this. I don't
And
know
with that,
what
you are
I'm supposed to be able to help with. I have no fucking clue.
Mira. Oh.
Look at the stand so still for so long. Is he okay?
Yes.
He's moving a little bit
Okay.
here and there. Hey, look at that.
Isaac, Mira, Felix, Dickory, and Sevi. If you are here, stay after class, please.
We're right on fucking
The rest of you
cue.
who are not on that list, if you have your arms prepared and wish to test yourself in solo combat,
I will see you after
Instructor Hayden will be doing a course in the arena.
We know how it goes.
So you may attend there.
Well, I don't know.
The rest of you are dismissed.
Isn't this like normal for you?
Thank you.
And please bring the box of styluses back up to the front.
I do have a question for Professor.
I am going to need to talk to you because I am very interested in these rooms. I did not know how intricate it was going to be, so I'm interested in learning more.
Forever or something.
Alongside having to go to the library.
She's
The
been
funny
going to
part
like
is,
appointments all this week.
the smaller you can write, the more room space you've got.
What did I do to deserve that?
But
That is kind of the plan.
the smaller you can write, the more precise you have to be.
I will be back soon.
A
I will definitely try and
line that
practice
is
for
not
future.
long enough, proportionally to everything
Do not
else,
ponder on the
can
battlefield.
alter a rune's properties.
I know.
This is going to be a lot harder than I
Wanna
expected.
go do the lesson?
There are tasks.
I want to participate in that training, so I'll talk to you sometime after it. Probably, I'll probably be talking to all the wardens again, see what runes I can find. I'll be back.
Did you have a question that apparently wasn't answered? I was lost in a bit of thought.
I'm going to make a lot of fun.
Runes that protect against curses and violating spells.
There are protection style runes, yes. They are available. But they will be very specific runes. So there is no all-encompassing one.
Things become real for them.
Noted. Thank you.
Not getting a cold, are you?
They do.
No, it's just allergies.
Real on top of what happened last week. Yes.
Let me know if it develops into anything more.
You know, speaking of course, but if someone of third course, they'd be God amongst mortal men. You would probably not be able to handle it.
Right.
Like that straight up. So it's also at some point sort of diminishing returns.
Which is rather unfortunate. I assume
Because so let's say you have 30
able to
cores.
etch.
You can only really activate a few cores at a time.
Since a core is so personal.
So if you have 30 cores, it's like, okay, well, 26 of them are now not being used.
Can inscribe it themselves.
And cores are rare. All things considered, cores are rare. So it would be better served if 26 other people had an extra core than you having 26 extra cores.
Huh.
Am I allowed to bring those individuals back
You
on
can
campus?
definitely share some basics of your skills with others to show them how to do it. A clearer rune, clearer intent, a clearer end product.
Yeah, she, let's just say evolved.
You can have seats. I know you want to go run, Sevi, but it shouldn't be too long.
Okay. Sorry.
If it's not too long, I'll choose to stand for now, unless it's some lengthy conversation to be had.
You five are some of those that were carrying radios and previously captains of your squads, or a combination thereof. I wanted to discuss the last few weeks with the Forge Breaker and how you and your fellow candidates
Sort of.
handled it.
I mean, it'd be very.
In a way, this was an
Honestly, I don't quite know the answer, but yeah, I mean,
of
probably.
your ability to work together, and the ability of some of you to lead, and the ability of all of you to keep it together. So I wanted to hear some pros and cons of what happened, your leadership within the groups, your contribution. Would anyone like to step forward and provide some feedback?
When it came down to the negotiation part of it all, I basically led that operation. We had Bailey that was over, and made sure that if anything happened, she would make sure to go tell the others. I had Rue as my second to help support any claims that I have made to reassure the Breaker. And I had Kane there to make sure.
And because
that if
you
anything
probably
went
don't know
awry,
about it, Kioske,
he would come to back us up.
Paz basically had to talk
In my opinion,
Dusk down from dragging Sevi out of her dorm and trying to murder
everything
her.
was a success. It was not the intended outcome, emotionally, but logically and for the safety of Verona,
Which
everything went really well.
completely
And my team did wonderful.
random happenstance of a conversation. Just right place, right time.
Were those the candidates that went into the theater? Well, there was a breakdown of communications there then. Because as that had gotten to me, it was the Forge Breaker requesting those specific people.
Yes. We were asked to go in there. Apparently he had asked for more, for other forges to be there. But through Laz's judgment, he brought us four in. And I think that we were the most qualified in the ways of being rather empathetic and understanding to make sure that Verona got out of there safely.
That was General Lazarus.
Yes.
I see. You don't have to raise your hand. We're having a discussion.
Well, I did not lead any engagements, but my sister and I were at the center of one of the traps intended to lure in the Forge Breaker several weeks before.
Yes.
Overall, I consider it an abject failure. We did the best with what time we could, but unfortunately, when it came to setting the trap, I believe the Breaker had far too much mobility and maneuverability. Likely, our hiding places and countermeasures were largely sussed out before he even showed himself. Furthermore, there was significant civilian presence that at the time I thought was okayed by the wardens in attendance, but as the night went on, I grew increasingly less sure.
Wait, what is she doing?
Look at the library first and make sure so you don't blow up.
Inscribing your name.
Oh, hi.
Maybe.
They're having a meeting upstairs. If you could not yell in the halls.
Sorry.
Going.
No casualties were had, but there were civilians that probably should not have been there. Maybe too gung-ho trying to save the city that we're trying to protect. Because of that, there were individuals within the line of fire, especially on the ground from my position up top Stitch's building, that were getting too close to the Breaker while we were trying to lure them into a false sense of security. But I would also agree that they may have had more time to watch us, and even all the plans we had, they still found me on top of the rooftop in a matter of seconds after engaging with Milo, without even firing off a single shot yet.
Sevi noises?
However, the communication between the harbor and the entertainment district was paramount to keep people alert. If we didn't have that, people were gonna get knocked out quickly. Thankfully, we only had a few that were gravely injured, and no deaths.
Yes.
In our current state, that's as good as it could have gotten.
There is also the matter that even when unarmed, he had full maneuverability of not only the city but our own campus. There is no telling how much information he was able to gather ahead of his attacks.
It is of my opinion, within the final confrontation with the Breaker, that it was a victory.
Are you his friend?
Many of all... Oh.
Speak up, Felix.
You should be able to just talk.
It is of my opinion that the final confrontation with the Breaker was a victory. Many of our warden candidates were too close to the fire, I suppose to say. I was looking around to see how many of us were at the exits, and to my unfortunate dismay, it was only one or two of us that were staying back to ensure that there was no escape. Had we been a touch more unfortunate, we would have many more deaths. Many of our warden candidates in military, exhausted and unable to contain the threat that was brought about in the city, and I am not sure if we would have been able to stop it from rampaging in the city if it was any bit stronger. It is, I believe, my fault for not bringing it up for many of my candidates to plan something around like that.
I do want it to be noted that the Forgebreaker was long dead before he turned into whatever he did. I witnessed his death with my own eyes. I was standing right next to him when Valdres pulled the gun and shot him. He was long dead before he turned. After a moment of death, his body started convulsing. It is to my understanding that what happened with the Forgebreaker is the result of something I know about. As it has already been stated in the papers so easily, as that he was a subject of Tenebris. When I was talking with him, he claimed that there was more of him. Now, I don't know if he means that they're still within Tenebris, or if they are already being released. I don't even know how he got here. But that means that we might have more of them in our midst, in the far future, or maybe close. I believe that what happened with the Forgebreaker is a result of Tenebris. I believe before that he was just a normal person. But circumstances led him to where he was. As his Tenebris does with everyone.
Yes.
Do you want to tell them of where the Forgebreaker was assumed to be before here?
You're gonna have to speak up, Paz.
Do you want to tell them where the Forgebreaker was supposedly before he made his way here?
Go ahead. Not the focus of this conversation, but you can go ahead and put that out there.
This wasn't the first city he went to. and the first city he caused violence in.
Flashpoint.
It was, what, 5 years ago?
Correct.
5 to 7.
So,
How
doesn't
many
really
people did he
change
kill
much.
there?
I don't remember the
That
exact
does not
count.
entirely matter.
The point is, this
It would
was...
matter to you if Mila was among the number.
That is not what we're talking about.
Calm down, the both of you. The point here is that this was just another destination for them. And perhaps it was because he had found somehow that somebody who was close to him resided in this place. We do not know any of this. All I am pointing out is they were free long before here.
The purpose of my question was to see if patterns of disappearances among Forge populations could help triangulate the presence of any more of his kind.
Potentially. It is a string we may be able to pull on, now that we understand its meaning. But you also have to understand that reports from other cities on such matters are not always so free-flowing.
The most we'll get is like what we saw in the Chronicle about Ardenheim. They're having problems according to this as well. I learned that today as well. And that's about as much as we'll ever know, more than likely.
If we can converse with other towns and potentially share this information, and they agree to it, well, lovely. More than likely, what they will say is, why the hell are you asking about this thing in particular? What's in it for you? What are you going to give us for such information? And then it gets bogged down into a long, disgusting cycle of bureaucracy, and everyone is left with nothing but questions. But continue on with your conversation.
Yeah, so I'd like to bring it back around to why I asked you to stay after class. Last week, confronting the Forge Breaker was, like most of you admitted, not the best end case. There were deaths. We had 2 wardens and 2 members of the military, at the least, in that altercation go down. But in the end, it could have been far worse. The candidates did stand their ground, and what was left, what was the remaining threat, was handled. The prior operation, where the candidates were specifically tasked with creating a trap, creating a situation to handle this. I would say overall was an average success. The doll that was planted was able to be tracked back to the Forge Breakers' place they were hiding out. And the information that we gathered there was very useful at the time, and still is, piecing this all together. There were those that were injured. There were those that were placed in harm's way that were not well equipped or necessarily ready for an operation like this. You are Warden's candidates, and that is part of your job, to make sure that proto-arms stay off the streets. It's also a lesson in how we need to work with the community. The military has its place. They have their scope of threats they can handle. And the wardens have a very narrow scope. And we have to work within the community when dealing with that. If there's any form of civil control that needs to happen, that has to be done through the military. It was decided by the council and others that the people of Reinhold would not be locked down, causing additional panic, causing additional problems. I did have one other question. When it came to the Wardens General, Lazarus, and the other wardens that came in and helped, opinions about how that was organized and the communication that happened there.
It was
I
somewhat
heard mixed-
confusing.
I agree. It was rather confusing and mixed. They would treat us like equals sometimes, but then there were some that would treat us like children that needed our hand to be held.
I do not know where they fall in our command structure, as we are technically a sub and separate branch.
I was
Our
informed that at
commanding
the end of the
officer is
day,
Valdris.
We always listen to Valdris. At least that's what he told me last time.
That is correct. Moving forward, the only one here... Well, yes, the only ones here that report to Lazarus, that answer to him, are the faculty and Valdris, and all the faculty will go through Valdris. There's not as much doubting Lazarus's command or going behind his back as much as it is a chain of command. Moving forward, we are having it explained to those involved and making sure it's well instated. The candidates report to the faculty. That chain of command will be established and well defined and declared, explained, especially as you're going to start using your arms to their fullest capability. And in response to how you felt you were treated. None of the candidates are children. In a serious situation like last week, everyone in this school, like I said, is given weapons of abject horror that should be solely used against specific threats, unlike those that use proto-arms. That is why we handle those people. But with that responsibility, given weapons like this, you are all adults and expected to behave as such. I can guarantee you the entire faculty will respect you as such also.
I may have a slight explanation for the confusion about how to treat you all. You see, you are all exceptionally talented. Most warden classes we have come in at your time spent here would be struggling to cast spells without passing out for the entire day.
And half the size from losses.
It would be not a stretch to say that you are all seeming to be the prodigies of every other class, and so current wardens are, well, for the lack of a better word, most likely a bit befuddled about how to treat you. Because by all rights, you are still very green and very new, but you all have capabilities that are far surpassing where you should be, were you any other class. Valdris was not kidding. You are, exceptional. Don't sell yourself short on that.
I have heard stories from certain people in town of previous classes of wardens almost always having at least one or two who misuse their arms against those who do not have them, and reaping the consequences.
And yet here you all are.
I could not imagine any member of our class doing so.
That is the point. So far, you have all outlasted anyone's expectations. Say perhaps Valdris's, and for him, maybe it was even hope rather than expectation. So, wardens currently, well, they want to help you, and they want you to be the adults that we are talking about. But at the same time, there is an innate thing in them where to them, having been out in the field for sometimes decades, you are but children yet. So, it is not perhaps a full excuse, but maybe a bit of an explanation.
It is the truth. Your class is quite gifted. And ahead of the par. But don't let that go to your head. You have much to learn. And the only major thing you lack from other classes and some of the freshman wardens is experience. Though you are quickly obtaining that. The Forge Breaker was not your standard proto-arms user. It wasn't a simple investigate, hunt down, and retrieve. It was...
I would argue it became a worst-case scenario.
It slowly became much more personal for some of you.
It became personal, and then objectively more or less a magic beast within our walls. Is there anything else anyone wants to add?
If it was like a magic beast, is there any risk of propagation?
That is still being investigated. It is highly unlikely. To be transparent with you, what was left in the room, and Mira was there to witness it, was the scrawlings and detritus of a single lone person.
Oh, no. I mean, the thing that it became, that person became, when it stopped being a person. Is there any risk of that propagating?
I believe it is
On the
quite
caravans,
dead.
sometimes they tell stories where you kill a magibeast, and a bunch of pods pour out.
I do not think that is possible this time around.
No. I believe you were there. The body was well eviscerated and torched. Cremated. In the end, it was a pile of ash with no additional pods running around.
Noted.
And there are no signs of anything having come from it earlier before it was detained or handled. Alright. Y'all are dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you for your candor.
Appreciate it.
Savvy. when you have a
Yes.
chance today, there is a
Good afternoon, Great.
discussion we have to have.
Morning. It's morning. Good morning. Oh, yes, sir. Good morning.
We're just about to be after night.
I
Don't
believe
know
most
anymore.
people are down
Mira.
in the gathering area for a drill.
Oh, okay.
As I may have a
I think
moment.
it's
Practical lesson.
practical drills
With
with
Mira.
Hayden, I think it is.
Oh, that must be really good.
And
I'll come
whenever
find you
you are
later.
ready, I'll be in the
Is your
library.
family safe, Isaac?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes and no.
That radio, correct?
The family I consider
That's
now would be
sweet.
my old unit. I have not heard anything from them. If you mean more
You
my
spent your time
mother
on
and
the
father,
roofs.
they
I see.
passed away 6 years ago.
Usually where I see you.
Yes.
Do you not have anything?
A
that-
family
only
is
time
more
will
than
tell.
just
Okay,
parents.
there's
Then I don't know how many I've lost since I've been here.
Lines of communication.
I haven't heard anything from Sully, my old commanding officer. When Ashbourne first attacked Aranheim, I wrote a letter just for a simple yes or no if they were all right. I haven't heard anything since.
Use it very
But I don't expect to either. Seeing as that would be, well, using the mail to talk about military antics. Worth a shot either way.
In some ways, it feels like I didn't respond. I do not believe that Mira had the humanity to not read other people's minds.
Always some shit going on. Insert, I have no idea what I'm doing here, meme. From what I understand, if someone has multiple cores of the same element, it essentially boosts that elemental power. So if someone have only fire cores, would be God of Flame. Yeah, sure, that's true. But I still, because you still need your own mana to use cores. So like, if you tried to activate 30 cores at once, I think you'd still have some problems, you know? I need to have a conversation with Sevi. I need to have a conversation with Mira still. And then I need to find out... I still want to have a conversation with that professor too. And then I need to find out... from Valdris if I'm good to tell Osiris all of the things. Yeah. Good. I will keep my voice down for this one.
I think that's preferable for both of us, sir.
The latest translations.
Yes.
Dragon we
So they are.
previously had are realization coming from Valdris that Dragon's veins can refer to the ley lines that we have mined into. Well, the one piece of information I believe you're missing, Mira. I have been working with the twins, Ikari and Dickory, to uncover artifacts. Sometime last week, we managed to open one. Well, I suppose a few weeks ago now. Within it contained a message from someone from the past. The exact wording I have written down somewhere, and I can get it for you if you want, but it's the important part of it all, Mira, is according to this, the calamity was a planned event. That was very clearly said.
Not planned by who?
That is the
The
question.
people planning Regenesis or some other faction?
I would expect most likely the ones planning Regenesis. They orchestrated the calamity to end something. Something with this dragon. And the hope was that they could restart the world after. At least that's the impression that I'm getting. But I don't know what this dragon means. It could be another metaphor for something, or it could be a literal dragon. But considering the dragon's veins were a reference to the ley lines, it could be just
Could
another
mean something like the planet itself. Difficult to
something.
say.
How the sparring is going.
But what terrifies me, Mira,
They seem to be doing well.
is that these people had a way to
Things should definitely start to get a
start
little more spicy now.
an
then
event
people
that
start
could end
encoding their
everything
cores.
and then start it again. The levels of technology that this would require, the levels of power that this would require.
Do you know what you're starting with? What kind of rune? What kind of spell?
It highlights how much we must not let these shrines fall into the wrong hands.
Unless they become abused by someone with ulterior motives, yes. I see.
And not just that, but someone who does not understand what it can do, what it is for, how to handle it. Because while it could be one thing if they try to use it for their own purposes, it is another if they have no idea how to use it. And it destroys everything. Or it destroys itself and then everything is lost.
Yeah. Right.
But I felt you had to know that little bit of information. It starts to tie some things together.
A bit, yes. Doesn't quite explain everything, but at the very least sets the stakes for what we're being expected to do.
If historians and scientists were to know of this Mira, it would turn our life upside down. Every knowledge that we have, we all thought the calamity was an accident, something that occurred. And we have picked ourselves up by the bootstraps to come back from the ashes and continue living. But to hear that someone planned it for it to happen, would shake the very foundations of what people believe to be true.
And how do we also know that this calamity was necessary? Truly, truly necessary.
Do we know that if the people who started this Regenesis plan were doing it for good, were they the baddies? We have no way of knowing.
Whatever terminology you wish to use. We don't know who these people are. Following their plan blindly should also be questioned, I think.
The problem, Mira, is Braggy was not lying. He was not stretching the truth. We are fighting an ever-losing battle. Every decade that passes by, it gets worse and worse. We lose a city, we lose manpower, we lose resources, and the next fight gets harder. We are right against the cliff. And if we do not succeed in something large, you see, this tenebrous thing, this is a response from people who don't quite know that they're doomed, but they can feel it. It is desperation from folks who know that something is wrong and they must do something, and then they take things far, too far.
So regardless if this Regenesis is a bad thing or not, we still need to make sure that it's under our control, not theirs. Simple as that.
Once we have gathered all the shrines, our translations are going wildly better than I could have ever hoped. And you have a hard hand to play in that, Mira. Don't think I don't know that you have been helping to the best of your abilities. We would not be this far along without you. But my point is, we have a key now. We should be able to translate runes at speeds that I did not even think we would ever get to. So the more shrines we get, the more runes we uncover, the more of this plan we can see of what exactly it's supposed to do and how it may affect us.
We believe we know where the next shrine is.
It is
But
where
the
you're
rest
going
of them,
next.
do we have a clue?
Not
Any sort
even the
of ideas?
faintest. We are
Then that should be
desperately
one of the things
hoping.
that we make certain we find. Over there. There has to be something.
That is the hope. I at least hope that if there is an administrator in this other shrine that we're going to, perhaps bringing them online can help us uncover directions, or if not, if we can have the two administrator programs interface, maybe things that they forgot can be reassembled and give us another clue.
Possibly. Like reassembling two parts of a cipher, or at least ciphered code, can't solve it all without the entire message, or at least not fully.
We are
All's well?
chasing ghosts.
Talking with a student in there.
But it's the best ghost
Ellie
that
can
we've
be.
ever been able to find. So,
Very
keep
well.
at it, Mira. And we will keep translating.
Very well, sir.
Carry on.
You can probably already guess, but I asked for 10 because 5 of these vials will be needed to be used for each forearm.
He's inside.
Thank you.
Yeah, Simon?
I was just going to check if you got the chance to talk to Mr. Valdris.
Not yet, but I was hoping to find him. Are they in there?
I assume you have a rag of sorts, or bandage, swab. Mr. Reginald come out and go back in.
Yeah, let me check over there.
Do that, but also since she is a modern candidate, I could do something a little bit more direct.
All inexperienced in the rest of your classes of how to support the tank. This will happen less and less.
Also
not
true.
Because you are stronger, but because you know more.
Hi, Clink's here.
It's a struggle for me. Metal floor.
Goodness gracious me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Where was there? Your door.
Any of you want to participate? You're whispering.
Hey, Lulu. Is Valdis around?
He can be. What you need?
Essentially just looking to see if Has had the go-ahead to tell Osiris basically most of the things now that apparently she's going to be coming along to the ruins and all that.
Yes. Valdris would give permission. You can come grab me if you need to, but otherwise, yeah.
Yeah,
Pass
alright.
is clear.
Sounds good. All right. Yeah, no need. It'd just be like a 2-second exchange anyway, so I think we're good.
I have not gone
Gotcha.
yet.
All right, cool.
Would you like to?
One moment. I will get my affairs in order.
To have everyone get out.
Sorry, who's even
Because
going
it
then?
seems like the only option available when it was not.
I'm more than willing to go again.
At least these are okay. Alas, I must ask that you and you for now leave.
Oh, wait. Hey, Paz, has
I'm sorry.
Shiloh passed this way?
I have no idea, actually.
Okay.
Just came out of there, so...
Right.
So, good news.
No.
His heart did not explode.
Awoken.
Was that a concern?
Somewhat.
Why was
The
that a
possibility is
concern?
always there. If you have some way of knowing whether or not
'Cause it did it for the first time on him?
waiting outside the gate because they won't let him in
Oh.
otherwise. I can
Well,
grab him.
good. Continue making hearts
Here.
not explode. Unless it's for a particular lady, in which case, ho ho! You have my blessing!
Always pandemonium.
Thank you for your blessing.
And then you can explode too! Ho ho! Oh yes, oh my!
What is that?
Okay.
Star is stable, just exhaustion. I've noticed that they've been having a hard time sleeping as of late, and it carried over to today, and I think a little bit of extra exertion they underwent. They technically haven't gotten that
More
much
than
since last
Canada
week, literally.
training.
So,
Might
besides
get
some scratches, it's just
more
exhaustion.
busy.
I'm going to try to get something
More loud.
Alright, do what you can.
Gonna see him put the
If you think that
back
it
end of the
requires a
scalpel,
little bit
just
of,
tap against his mouth.
let me know.
Should I do
Understood. I think for now, nothing's too deep, but getting something to help them sleep would be helpful.
Alright, you are
Thank you.
available to grab anything we need for them.
Thank you, Doctor.
Or even mix if you need to. I know you can do that. I'll be right back.
Understood. I didn't catch your name.
Is Osiris back there?
Osiris.
Yes.
You
He is assisting me. What?
If you took a shirt.
I'll be right back. I need to grab
He's
someone
covered in
that
them.
otherwise cannot get
Ones
on
and everything.
campus.
Seeing how
Hello,
busy the
Valdris.
team is. Got it.
Hello.
My name is
Would
Osiris.
you like me?
Have you seen Shiloh?
Would
There's
you
some
like
people
to
at the front
watch the
gate
second
asking
part of
for
it,
help.
Osiris, or would you like to continue with that? Because I'm going
What?
to do this right now so that it doesn't get more
I'll
hectic.
go take care of it.
Do it. I need to tend
The
to this
Warden
one.
General
Just
Bit
tell
of
me.
a
Okay.
Gregory
That's
Cobb.
down.
Osiris! Come find me when
sir.
you're done here.
Yes,
Hmm.
sir.
Your job first, though, Osiris!
Proceeding.
I was talking about.
I do not know what Shadow is.
Professor Filters.
His actual old
There's
stars
someone out
that
there
are on his above sea.
asking to.
He's just
I don't trust him.
They're wearing like all white and a mask.
except for the fresh ones.
I assume that's for Reginald. Wanting to come in. Others, yeah, I also checked for Shiloh and a 17er.
Fair
Let's see if we can find Bird Lady. Can we find Birdo?
Your line. Or on the sides trying to get shots so I don't hit any of you.
And I'll be your wall.
I will be behind you.
So, focus the vast majority of your strategies on being weaker than your opponent, and then you're ready.
Not in here.
Okay. Is the other side done the same as the original? Or is this a totally different process?
Hello, Paz.
Reginald.
It's a day.
Oh, it is. Never not a fun time.
My research assistant is getting me up to speed.
If they start sometime this week, they should be able to put 3 or 4 spells onto the floors in time. Of course.
I will
Yes.
talk to Osiris. They will be brought up to speed.
Okay, I also double checked with Headmaster Volgis.
Very good. I will have a short talk.
Okay. Did I go let Osiris know?
They know. They are also busy in the melee, so let them be for now.
Right.
So, how are you holding up?
I'm holding up well. I have much criticism for the way that the Forge Breaker situation was handled. Mostly outside of the school. Lazarus was quite disappointing. And in the combination of factors that put us where we were, with Aldris I guess rightfully so concerned about his wife being out of the chain of command, and Talus also being occupied. There was quite a gap between the warden chain of command and the school's chain of command. Admittedly, I did not step up, but
'Twas not on you
No
to do
candidate
so.
deaths. I disagree. As a previous captain and teacher to these candidates, I am part of that chain of command.
I think do you still wish to be a captain in some ways? Still out there fighting the good fight? Instead of being in here answering questions such as, what is the weirdest rune you've ever seen?
At Vivian, I was warden captain. Led one of the best teams of wardens out of all the cities. And at the same time, taught. Be it at an orphanage with children far removed from any of the realities of the world. But I was more than able to lead my wardens to any task that was placed before us and help guide, and make hearty the children that are going to grow up in this reality that we have. The answer to your question is yes. But if I wasn't here, then there'd be some instructor spending most of the class talking about scrawlings of comedic runes they have seen in the margins of books they've been forced to read, all while letting these candidates go out into the world not prepared. Then you have candidates like that one, which something tells me she's already far too prepared for this world.
Something about her reminds me of someone who I've seen around. I would not be surprised if she is from... Well, I know for a fact she is from this area.
Yes.
Her files say so. Do you know... It's not an easy thing to explain to oneself. What your purpose is, of what best place for you is. And I think that if there is something telling you that you could do better, it doesn't necessarily mean what you are doing right now is wrong. There is no such thing as perfection. The moment you think something you've done is perfect is the moment you don't see the errors you've made. We
I
all
agree in the
have...
fact that
Yes?
I was going to say, I agree in the fact that perfection is unobtainable, especially in the flawed world that we're in. But there is a right and a wrong. One should not strive to be perfect, but one should, at all costs, make the right decisions, do the right things.
There are a lot of analogies. You can call it puzzles, you can call it gears, cogs in a machine. We all have parts.
Now that it's so bright, I feel like it's going to be evening before we know it.
Yeah. Oh well.
In where we are, where we fit, where we are best needed. And while you could fill some other role, and you even might want that, it doesn't necessarily mean that is where you fit in the best. Your classes are important. Very, very important. The number of deaths I've seen from a misuse of runes is concerning in a lot of ways. From people overreaching, making careless mistakes. And not even directly, but being out in the field and expecting something to do one thing and it doesn't quite do it that way. That hurts not only them, but others with them. So, your classes are as important as any other, really. And we're lucky to have you here. Especially with this group.
yes. In fact, I don't even know if any of the instructors have experience as a captain. I mean, countless years as wardens, of course.
And so every inch of your body might... That was odd. Every inch of your body might scream that you should be there, you should be captaining again. And perhaps in a place or two, it might even end up being correct. Was communication a poor factor in this case? Certainly. There was chaos in the strangest of ways. It was a group of people standing around, all of them ready for something, without anyone knowing what to do when the thing will happen. Other than, be ready. I'll be ready to do what? Who the hell knows? So yes, we will definitely need to make sure that things next time are not as messy. We learn, we adjust, like we always do. Hello.
Denali.
Pass, I have a requisition I wanted to make for the next step of my research that I've been doing.
What would it
I
be?
need to get a few pieces of light quartz. I've worked with water and fire. The next thing I need to work on is based off of magic I already know.
Should be doable. Get it to me in writing, and I should be able to assist you.
Okay.
And if you can...
And just...
write out what you plan to do with it, so we have on record of why we're giving it out.
Apologies for the delay. I will make sure to do
There was
that.
no delay.
Very good.
Incidentally, just because this one might be the results could be a bit more flashy than the previous two. Is there somewhere that can be, I guess, worked on behind it? Protection, or in worries of if there's any unexpected magical reactions?
Most likely the engineering bay, I think, would be a fairly good place for it.
Yes.
It has solid walls.
Ice shields and face shields and solid walls if it gets that big.
It shouldn't
Heavy
be too
coats.
big, but I need to finish. I need to finish applying what was taught in class before I can start on this anyways.
Of course.
If this works, I am hoping it can be applied to the field. Because the microscope worked out quite well.
I would do it in the
Shows I
engineering
need to
bay.
study this material. Okay.
Very good.
Incidentally, just
Yes.
in case, as far as I'm aware, the other times that it has exhibited its outpouring of its element, it didn't result in any harmful byproducts, but just in case, is there a way to detect that we have on campus?
It is quite a specific ask. Let me give it a little bit of
should
thought.
produce anything like that, but just in case, I want to be able to monitor for that.
There might not be a way to detect, but potentially a way to protect yourself if it does happen. I will look through some equipment we have and see what could be best for you.
Okay.
I went to check with Clink. He's rather familiar with them.
I had asked him, and he said that it was more of a talk to magic and core teachers, so...
Interesting. Okay.
That was...
There are some
Regardless.
instruments that can do something of the like, but I need to figure out what would best apply to this case.
I guess to just I'll get it in more writing, but because it's a material that grows around specifically casting foci within ore deposits, I am trying to explore the extent of what this relationship between the materials are. And while it is likely, if it works the way I am hoping it might, one use, whereas a core is reusable. A quartz could be one time. So once I have completed the runes for my first spell, I wish to see if I can replicate the effects as a one-use crystal.
I
If
see.
so, there could be spells formulated for that specific purpose, and augment the supplies that wardens could take into the field.
Worthwhile? I will definitely see what I
Hence,
can help
my
you with.
worry is that because it is not explicitly casting foci, that there is the possible worry that such reactions, if successful, could result in dirty mana. So I want to be able to confirm whether or not it would do that. When it is breaking down into its element on its own, it does not appear to. But I do not know if that would change if
May
it
have
is
to find out
a
if there's
controlled release.
core intensity reader that can measure, and maybe if that reacts, then you could perhaps.
Regardless, I will clarify in more writing. But that is why I'm starting with a spell that's intent is to help rather than to harm. So that if it does go awry, the likelihood of it
Doesn't blow you the hell up.
is minimal.
Yes. Very good.
But face protection might be good. It might get very bright.
Get one of those welder masks.
But I probably won't be ready to start until at minimum next week, so there is time.
Very good.
Thank you, though.
I look forward to your results.
So are you concerned with me pulling the candidates aside?
Am I concerned with what now?
Are you concerned with me pulling those candidates aside to talk about what happened with the Forge Breaker?
Am I concerned about you doing that?
I misread your intention, I'm sorry.
Oh,
From what you were saying, and
are you asking why I was with you in the class? Is that what you mean?
no, your talk of perfection and decisions and the students and everything, I'm trying to place the motivation to the conversation.
No.
And I thought maybe it was because I had pulled the candidates aside to discuss the chain of command and how everything was handled.
I believe that you had a very good reason for doing so. And it is not my place to question your methods. You have your way of doing things, and I will respect that. But you have seemed to be unsure of yourself lately.
Ah, yes.
And I worried that you think that what you are doing is not what you should be doing, not what you think you need to be at. That you are, with a better term, unhappy. That perhaps you are seeking something that might not be attainable.
At this time, the thing that I am driven for is unobtainable.
Remember me? I didn't talk to them nearly as much.
I am incapable of doing what I want to do. At least effectively. All things considered, this is the better situation. I would far rather instruct and educate future wardens of our world than to be than to retire.
You know, it's a
Oh,
funny
yes,
thing.
I am doing. Mhm.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, it's all you. Finish your thought.
I've already forgotten what I was going to say. I'm bird brain, dear.
Ah, ah, ah. Ah.
Don't draw attention to the fact that I made a joke.
What I was going to say was... I stopped being a warden a very long time ago. Before most of these kids were even a twinkle in their parents' eyes. I had no interest in teaching the new generation. I had just wanted to do my own research, to uncover things from the past. There's a thing that I want to figure out why it happened and if a certain thing caused it. But as I continue to be here, and I continue to hear things that candidates would talk about and worry about and fret about and draw incredibly wildly terrible conclusions about, I found myself being more of a advice giver. There is a weird connection between candidates and instructors. There's a divide there. I'm not sure what it is. A lot of times, cadets don't seem to want to talk of their problems to instructors, or even grab advice from them when you are the largest source of information. And so I found myself more and more being in this middle ground where I was not an instructor and seemed more easily approachable despite my devilishly handsome looks. And so I started to act almost like a counselor to some of them. But you want to know what the funniest part of it is all?
Yes, tell me.
It was not just for the cadets. Suddenly, people like you and Dusk and Talus alike
Do you know what the similarity is between the missing thing that you don't, or the unseen thing between faculty and students And you and other faculty, and you and students. Experience. These candidates have no experience. Therefore, they only have everything to prove. So of course they're not going to speak of their problems, speak of their shortcomings, or be forthcoming with those shortcomings, because they're trying to prove themselves. Then those of us on faculty who are veteran wardens, experienced wardens, as those hardcore military men would say, I've seen shit. I've made these decisions that these candidates have no idea they're going to have to make. And likewise, there's a very good chance that you have been where I am now. That was in the past. It might not have been before a glimmer in my parents' eyes, but I was but a chick when you were out protecting everyone from the magic beasts. That is just my perspective.
Perhaps you're right. There's much to be gained out of experience. And perhaps it affords me a certain level of attention. When this current class began, when we started the training exercises in the keep, and we had the 7 teams? When the first team went in and went through the simulations and then came out, I asked them, well, what are you going to do now? Are you going to share this information with everyone else? Information that you have only because there has been no one else in there? Or would you like to keep it to yourselves? Because it would give you an upper hand in a competition that most students like to get into, to prove themselves to instructors, as you mentioned. Every single one of them said no. We will share this information so that the next group will be better prepared. Down the line, every single one of them.
Every single team. All 7.
Not a single
Well, 6,
one.
because last one's last, of course.
Not a
Interesting.
single one wanted to keep things to themselves. But during all of this breaker stuff, during the events of the last few months, I have begun to see cracks in the candidates, certain doubts seeping into their minds, doubts about themselves, doubts about the capabilities of others, and They may recover from it shortly and realize that it wasn't right to doubt another. But I have seen it with increasing frequency because they are being thrown against things that we do not have answers for. And they will continue to be thrown at things. So you may not be a captain out in front lines, directing traffic, keeping everything together in the moment. But the world is changing at rates that has not been seen. There are new things that are cropping up every moment. And we, as instructors and staff, must do our damnness to make sure that we can analyze it and let dispatch know that they can do things, that we have answers for them, that we can assist them. And if you think about it, isn't that just another form of captaining?
You know, they send in applications, right? There are some people who come and visit early and they do horrible things, like stick
This
boogers under their
is
seats and then they
true.
never get the application accepted.
No, I didn't do that.
No, of course not, because you're amazing, Boots.
Do I even want to know? No,
It's-
I don't want to know.
It's Clink. It's just Clink things.
Sarah, okay?
I don't know why Clink sent the dolly here. And out of all of the instructors, they're at the top of the list. They're winning in the explosions category.
Professor Reginald.
And the things the man has gotten to explode, honestly, I'm impressed. But whatever.
Good luck. But yeah, they're all by the dorms. A lot of them are just hanging around.
God, I hope that child doesn't explode. Anyways. If anything, it's more than just like being a captain here. Because as these candidates go out and do field training, they form their own squads. And those squads will have captains to lead their members. Which makes faculty, or at least whoever is chaperoning, more or less a general.
You do have a point.
Which is a wildly different set of responsibilities and completely different paradigm. In some ways and not in others.
Well, do you have a problem with that promotion?
Again, it's a yes and no. No, I don't have a problem because having better organization and leadership will guide more people to make the right choices. But then again, no, because going from captain to general, groups of people act differently than individuals. It's probably every general's desire that each squad acts as an individual. Makes it easier to manage plans, but that's not how that works. This is a private conversation with Osiris that I shouldn't be here for, or?
I have to bring them up to speed about the plans for our excursion. They have not been notified of...
To the ruins?
Exactly what we're doing.
Oh. Well then let's not have them wait. If they look back over here. Maybe Dusk will turn their attention. There we go. Look over here. Nope. Okay. Oh, wow.
Listen. You're doing a fantastic job here, okay? And you bring a value, as I said, that is indispensable. It's something that is needed, and frankly, you're one of the best at it. And as much as every part of your body wants to get in and do things, that isn't who you have to be anymore. If you really want to, you can always go back. But it is up for you to decide where you think you will fit in best going in the future. Nobody can make that decision for you. All I'll say is we are in a time now where we are running out of it. And losing any asset is detrimental.
Yes. Yes,
But
it
I
is.
will not stop you from searching for your own happiness if that's what it takes.
Let's go check the medical bay.
Because in the end, you have to live with yourself. It is the only thing you have to live with. I believe that we have a duty, that we have something that we signed up for. And we must do it because there is no one else that can.
Of course.
But do not doubt yourself and your own capabilities. And it's not like this school is some sort of weird dictatorship. If you see something awry, say something. Aldris will listen. No guarantee he'll make a change, but he will listen.
Oh, he listens. He listens quite well. He listens so well. The military and established wardens are no longer allowed on campus.
Yes, well, I suspect what happened with Verona may have had a little bit of hand in that.
Well, that and Lazarus. Yes.
To be fair, we did have a little bit of a problem of entirely way too many civilians tramping about inside.
Yeah. But again, that is the civilians are under the purview of the military.
It's a shell game that I hate.
Yes.
Wardens, military, and then you have the damn Cabrillos.
There is a place for all three. There are things that we do that neither the military, the other wardens, or Carbillos handle. There are things the military handles that none of us handle. There are things that people like the Carbillo family handle that no one else handles.
Tightrope we have walked for what seems like decades. Perhaps centuries in a lot of ways. And somebody always oversteps their damn bounds. And the other two have to make
Always,
sure
of
that they
course.
get back in line. Ugh. Well, my point is, keep doing what you're doing. Because you're doing it damn well.
I'll try to keep getting better at what I do well.
Very good. Now, where the hell did Osiris go? Did you see which way they ran off to?
I believe they went into the campus.
That's what I thought too.
That is my best guess.
And if you ever need to talk, you know where to find me.
Yes. If I ever need someone to talk to, you're all ears, I know.
Yeah, I try. I try. I don't have all the answers, though. Never will.
No, you don't have to have all the answers.
Simon!
Yes, I'll
Yes, sir.
give you an
Did you
escort.
see us? Did you see Osiris?
He walked into the gym with Mr. Baggy.
Also, Boots, the sucker was really good. I appreciate it.
You okay out here?
Yep, just waiting for the professor to be done.
See, they can get quite
You seem a bit worried about something.
We're doing a test. It's gonna be fine. I'm just nervous. That's all.
Are you going to get zapped again?
of our dog.
I mean, I hope not.
Why not? Absolutely.
How's your core things doing?
I ran into a hillside.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
So you know how you said that lightning likes to go and just go?
Yes.
So I went out in front of the hi.
sorry.
In front of the
Should I not be here?
Oh,
No, no, you're quite alright.
Oh,
We'll
I thought
get-
you were telling me to be quiet.
We'll talk in a moment.
I went to the outside. I ran around a little bit, and I kind of tried to get it to go where it wanted to go, and apparently it wanted to go into me, and then I just kept going, and I kept going, and going, and going, and going until I got stopped by a hill. And then I stopped. So kind of success.
You have one of the weirdest paths to figuring out your course so far. But don't give up.
I don't know. I can't eat grapes.
Maybe
And then
some
I ran into a
additional
wall this
padding.
morning.
Something I have been telling others. A lot of other classes that have passed here so far. They would try, at the time that you are now, they would try to cast a spell and be knocked out for a whole damn day. You are all far, far ahead of them. And so you may feel like you are struggling compared to some of your other peers, but trust me when I say that in almost any other class you could have joined, you would have been considered the prodigy.
For running into a wall?
You are doing things that others wouldn't even try.
He's my dad.
So yes,
I am. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
part of what matters is the effort you put in. Not necessarily the result. So keep trying things because you never quite know
I'll escort you both
what it
out.
is that is going to get you that spark.
No, it's I brought them in
Thanks
under my
for,
permission
Mr.
to,
Pax.
meet Reginald, but Reginald is busy, so I'm
Thank you
escorting
for
him out.
catching yourself.
Good, mister.
Well, he's in
Very
New
good.
York for meeting after
All right, Osiris, let's go have a chat.
It just rolls off the tongue.
Oh, I know. Come along. We have a...
If there's anything in the future I can do to help, feel free, okay?
Okay.
Do try to not get yourself too hurt, though.
I'll try, sir.
Very good.
Padding can help until then.
I know, it's been quite the busy day, hasn't it?
Oh my, oh yes.
Yeah, Professor. Yeah, I'm waiting.
Refreshing kind of busy though.
No, Professor Reginald's dealing with,
Let's go have a nice little sit. It wasn't up so far on these damn stairs all the time.
It's good cardio.
Do you know how old I am?
You're only as old as you feel?
How much my damn joints hurt?
You're only as old as you feel.
Yeah, I might as well be a fossil. All right.
Oh, it's worth a try.
So, I am going to lower my voice just in case. If you do not hear Simon, you may want to stand over on this side.
Right.
I can slide over if you wanna.
Yeah.
Fit us all in.
Sit your ass down.
Aye, sir.
How much do you know of where we're going and why we are going there?
Only the name, sir. And not much. I understand, according to what Valdris alluded very briefly, that whatever of there is of... There isn't even a word that I can use to place it into how critical what could be there is. From what it sounded like, whatever is there is beyond cataclysmic in its importance. Specifics are lost on me, though. That's it.
This feels weird. Hold on. Yeah. All right.
Sorry.
Do you know what is in Runewald?
I had to slide a little closer. Could you repeat that one more time, sir?
Do you know what is in Runewald?
No, sir.
What I am going to tell you now, and the things that I am going to say, if it comes out that you told anyone this other than myself, Simon, Valdris, and there's a few others that know, but anyone finds out, I will string you up myself. Do you understand?
Understood, sir.
Inside Runewald, a shrine was uncovered. A shrine of pre-calamity. It started to turn the landscape. Simon saw it firsthand. Started infusing the landscape with fire mana. Everything turning damn red. The shrine was investigated, and a construct, I guess you could call it, popped up.
That's about the best.
And it told the people there some very interesting things. It was made by some pre-calamity scientists, researchers, people, who knows what exactly they were. It was supposed to enact a project called Regenesis. Supposedly, it would have rebuilt the world. It was going to do this using the ley lines that present in the world. Well, turns out these damn ley lines are the magic crystals we've been mining for hundreds of years. And as such, we have largely destroyed their communication systems with one another, because there's not one of these shrines, but 5.
Oh?
And they must all be connected in order for it to work.
A door.
So, I will tell you where we're going. We're going to the ruins of Vanderhall.
You mentioned
Why
a
are-
door. I'm sorry. I think there was a disconnect.
Ah.
A door can be opened.
No, they were supposed. The shrines are supposed to connect with each other and enact this Regenesis program.
My gods.
There are
Whole
5,
planet.
and Vanderhall is suspected to hold the other. You see, the reason why we know this is because it has been reported that a Magibeast that had made home there, that was once fire, has now turned to water. And guess what turns things in its surroundings to the element that it corresponds with?
The mana?
The shrine. So we suspect that the next shrine is there. The water one.
Oh.
And so we are going there to investigate what it is, who's in there, how well it's working, and how much we can put it into use for the Regenesis problem. We are going to be looking at everything and anything, and all of it is going to be pre-calamity, which is so very exciting!
I think I see what Valdris means now about the weight of information.
Oh, it gets much worse.
Oh, God. Okay.
There's 2 things at play. 1, we are not the only collective that knows about the shrines now.
And there is a very large chance that misuse of these shrines will destroy our one shot at reforming the world. If not because it could be used for foul purposes, but because if it is used improperly, it could break the whole damn system. And right now,
If the whole system goes.
we are the only ones that understand what it is made for. And that's where Simon comes in. We have been working on translating runes at all of these places, figuring out what is going on, and we have learned, some things. I am going to tell you something now that will potentially throw the way you have known history upside down.
At this point, given what you've told me, I don't even know what to expect anymore.
And Simon, I'm not sure you've heard this either. You see, I've been working with the twins, Hickory and Dickory, to uncover more of our artifacts that have been in storage, that have potentially value and purpose. Inside one of these, we managed to unlock a message from the past. What this message told us, to paraphrase, the calamity was no accident.
No accident?
The calamity
It was intentional?
was a planned event.
Oh, God.
And all of this has been corroborated by our latest findings.
Why?
The
What-
runes
wh-
that we
what-
uncovered, a couple of days ago, Simon spoke of the time of a living dragon that will end in destruction. They felt like there was no stopping this, and so they created the Regenesis program to let the world rise from whatever was going to destroy it.
Oh my God.
Now, what is the dragon? That is a great question. Is it an actual dragon? Was it a metaphor for something else? Who the hell knows? And that is the kind of stuff that we are looking the answers to in these ruins.
Need a drink. Alright. Who else knows about this place? You said there's a couple other collectives that know. Who else knows?
Information can be bought. And there were, unfortunately, a lot of people who saw what was going on in Runewald. At the very least, we can assume everyone knows that they exist. It could be that no one else does, but in all likelihood, at least a few other places do. I would not be shocked if we clash with other wardens in at least one of these shrines. Even if not at our current one, the one after, the one after.
Seeing what the first one did, it's only something that can be kept under wraps for so long.
Yeah, Jeez. Okay. Do we?
Something that I have to stress to you is we have always thought that pre-calamity technology has always been stuff of legend, of things that we couldn't even possibly believe, and then to be told that they planned the calamity, and they not only planned the calamity, but then planned to resurrect the world from it. The power in these shrines made by these people, I cannot even fathom what that society must have been like.
It's terrifying. And it's also why Valdris said it could be the end.
Good news! If we can control them. Because every one of these shrines, the construct chooses an administrator, and as long as that administrator lives, it will not answer to any other. In Runewald, we already have an administrator who was luckily on our side. Hooray! And so we must get to these shrines and be the first, so that we can control them all. And if we can control it, figure out how to reconstruct the ley lines, guess what? The world gets to live again, because I don't know if you were there when Braggy talked about this in his class. We are losing. Every decade or so, another city falls. Resources are lost, manpower is gone, and the next calamity becomes that much more difficult. Not only that, we are at each other's throats for meager resources. And if the Tenebrous situation tells you anything, people are getting desperate. Most might not know what a dire situation we are heading to, but people can feel things, you know? They know something is off, and so they start digging into places they shouldn't, taking risks that are horrific. Research that should never be approved. And so the further we get along, Magibeasts are getting smarter. We are taking more and more unnecessary risks that put our own cities at grave peril. Do you know why the current class of candidates now is so exceptionally gifted above all else? They are not here to fight Magibeasts as we have before. They are not here to eradicate the calamity classes. Their sole purpose will be to find, conquer, and protect the shrines. Because that is about all we have left, our last hope. If any of this does not work, all trajectory points to a slow and painful dying out of everything and everyone who has been ever dear to us, and perhaps lasting only a few more generations into the future.
Speaking of Tenebris, you need to know something. I'm not with them, but I think they're starting to spread their tendrils more here. And if not Tenebris, then Ashbourne. We had 2 scientists come in here. You've probably seen them before.
The ones that have been after Iku?
Yes. As we were leaving, when you saw me outside, actually, I went to talk to them. I wanted to know more about them. They claimed the organization they were a part of was founded in Reinhold. But I remained unconvinced. As I was stepping away and leaning against the railing, waiting for you to be available, I heard one of them speak up. As I backed up, they alluded not to Tenebris, but to a group they called the Society. I spoke to Braggy. I have not had a chance to inform Valdris, but I believe Braggy said he could also preach it up the line if needed. But I believe that Ashbourne is trying to whittle its way in more, and if it is who Braggy suspects it is, then we could have eyes in very dangerous places looking at us. I'm telling you this as a hopeful token of good faith.
And there's your proof of how desperate people are getting.
Those 2, they're not to be trusted.
No.
I don't care how Iku reacts around her. I don't care how friendly they seem to talk about her.
She seems to know them. She told me today that if she did not listen to them, she would be punished. And I don't think you understand how much that worries me. I informed her that she is under no obligation. She is a warden now. And that is the only people she needs to answer to, and if she does not wish to converse with these scientists, if she says no, then that means no. And if they press their luck, we will come down on them. But unfortunately, their papers check out. Either they have a front here in Reinhold, or they are damn good forgers. But their papers have been checked multiple times, and it seems valid. And if it is valid, and Iku wishes to go along with them, we have very little recourse.
Just wish to make you aware. Thank you for informing me. A lot to take in, but if it is as you say, then there is no point in doing nothing. This is our future. You're right. The war of attrition is bleeding everybody dry. We
It does
cannot
not
sustain against the Magibeasts.
Does not matter anymore where we are from, where your allegiances lie. All that matters is we finally have something, a powerful something, that gives us our chance to continue to exist, and perhaps even to continue to exist out there in the open world.
Regenesis. How may I be of assistance moving forward from this point when we leave these doors, we leave this couch, we leave those doors?
The sheer fact that you know all this is already helpful. Because now, when we go to the shrine, you know what to start to look for. I believe we can supply you.
Candidates plenty.
I believe we can supply you with something of a key to read runes, so that when you come upon some, you can make a quick translation. We must scour every inch, nook, and cranny of that place for every bit of information we can.
Of course.
All of these shrines have some form of protection, some beasts that live inside. Well, at least the one in Runewald did. Stands to reason the others will as well. I cannot be everywhere. Simon cannot be everywhere. The candidates must focus on keeping themselves and the rest of us safe. So, while you are there, in addition to your potential duty as a medic, I need you to keep your eyes open.
I'm an epidemiologist as trade, so going out and researching ways that diseases could spread is one of the things I do. So if it helps to give me an excuse to go out there, I'll admit I felt a little afraid at some of the simulated magi beasts that they featured today. They're intimidating, but given what you've told me and what Valdris and you all seem to know, that fear is very much pushed to the wayside in knowing what rests.
I do want to make sure you
No,
are not
I'm
being
thankful.
forced. There is no order. There is only if you wish to assist. Because if you are afraid and you do not wish to go, I will not force you.
No, I'm invested. I purposely came here to run away from Ashbourne, run away from Tenebris. When I saw what they were doing to people in the Undercity, and knowing what people who, like KC, likely were, after seeing it. No. I swore an oath. I will continue to uphold that oath.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you. I even came with my own suit, mask, to protect against the sand.
Very good. We have yet a few weeks to prepare. I want you both to continue thinking of whatever it is that you think needs to be brought to this expedition. But keep in mind, whatever it is you bring, you must be able to carry. You will not have the ability to truck in stuff. So if you fill your bags with way too much weight and are unable to escape because you suddenly weigh 120 more pounds than you should, don't do that. Figure out.
Well, that's just where my rippling leg strength comes in.
Start doing them squats, you know.
What can I say?
Work the glutes.
It's a
Simon!
It's a sleeper build.
Are you working the glutes, Simon? Are you prepared to walk to hell, Simon, and come back alive?
Or squat.
I'll give it a try, sir.
Every morning, Simon, 20 squats. I will have you show me those calves, and they better be rippling. But
like back on the farm.
So, prepare your things. We have a few weeks. There will be a festival here. Enjoy yourself. Do not get so caught up in your work that you forget to enjoy yourself. But we will have an important duty. And while the candidates have their jobs cut out for them, we will have ours. And in some ways, they are there to make sure that we can do what we need to do. Above all else, the number one thing to me, other than how the damn thing works, is where the next shrine is, because as far as I know, we haven't the foggiest. We only managed to figure out that it's in Vanderhall because somebody happened to pass by there when we were thinking of going to visit anyways and saw this. We were lucky. We will not be lucky again. We must find something that hopefully tells us where the next location is, or at least a general area. I am hoping that the next construct can tell us something, but who knows? There might be something etched, there might be an old book, there might be a map buried somewhere, etched into the walls that look like gibberish.
I think I see why Hickory and Dickory have been having a time of it lately.
I'm counting on those two to identify things. And I will let them know to bring you things as well.
It's them.
Very nice. I approve.
I could do yours.
Yeah, I think I prefer to go natural.
What about you?
Simon!
I had cousins who did it plenty when I was a kid.
Get your nails did.
Oh, fine.
What about them toes, Simon? Are you taking care of your toes?
Are those dogs barking?
Do the grippers grip, Simon!
I think so.
We're gonna have to get this boy a mani-pedi. Take him to town at some point. Well, are there any other questions?
No, sir.
We do.
Do we know if we're gonna have to inform the rest of the candidates when the time comes? So far, only
Valgis
a
will
handful
do
of them
that
know.
himself. He has already told some. I believe there is still some hesitation with some other candidates. Potential of information spreading to places we don't want them to go.
We already had
I
a leak
believe.
this morning, sort of.
I believe that most candidates will be on the up and up here, but with things like this, we cannot be too careful. And so if it takes an extra day or two, another week or two to figure out who we can trust and who we cannot, we will take it. But you are
If it
right.
has been brought to your attention already, researcher. Stitches is not to be informed of sensitive information anymore.
I see.
They are outed as a informant for the Cabrillos.
Damn Cabrillos have their fingers in every pie.
So it seems.
You know, they tried to get information from me all the damn time.
Ooh. That's my wall. There we go.
Damn Cabrillos try to get information from me all the damn time, you know? I humor it because they bring me little funny trinkets and I like that, but they do try. And sometimes I feed them a little nugget here and there. Inconsequential ones to continue humoring our relationship. Keep your friends close, yada yada.
Of course.
Well, go have that drink. Take a load off. Process that information. Welcome to the truth of the world. If you think you got hit by it hard, think about me, who has been researching this thing for the last 30 years, and suddenly I receive 2 messages and everything changes.
Yeah, fair.
I had to be there when we found it.
I'm still sour about that one. They didn't even take me. Oh, but you're an assignment, Paz. Who the hell cares?
If we had known ahead of time, I'm sure they would have sent for you immediately.
Bah, excuses. Now going downstairs, significantly better. Have to be careful to not slip. I do mean it, by the way.
I wouldn't ever plan on doing otherwise.
I pray that's the case. Because it has to be. I have to trust in people now, in ways that I may not have done so before.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of faith in what we have to do. And I cannot stand by and figure it out over a course of 10 years anymore. Do not prove me wrong.
Yes, sir.
I may be old, but the hands still work.
I certainly do not wish to tempt fate there.
Oh, well then we have exciting times coming up. Oh yes, oh my. Much to be learned.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I'm sure everyone has left already, so if you have anything to grab it now.
Damn, I actually do need to grab something I've been meaning to bring back to the clinic all day. I'm done. I'll catch up with you guys later. Thank you for everything.
Of course.
Make sure I get some rest.
You too.
I should be set.
Simon.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why hobgoblins managed to survive for so long in a treacherous world?
Tenacity?
That could be one, but it's all in the hands, Simon. Our hands are known to be able to crush metal pipes. I trust you, Simon. I think you're a good lad. But Simon, I guarantee you that if I find out that you are being duplicitous as well, bones are much easier to crush, Simon.
My shoulder already knows, sir.
And I do not relish in having to say things like this, Simon, but as much as it is exciting times, it is also very uncertain times, and some people are very good actors. But good news, Simon! All your paperwork checked out, so I think you're on the up and up. However, money tempts fools. Money tempts fools. Don't be tempted, Simon. You know what they say, Simon?
Felt the same thing into me.
The deals with the devils, well, they don't work out in your favor.
My grandparents said that they always had hell to pay.
Oh, indeed.
They liked the pun more.
It's not a bad one. Now, Simon, cotton candy or ice cream?
I'll take ice cream.
Good choice.
I
Evening.
can try to form a story from last evening.
Hello, Opal.
Hello, Paz. Have you seen Braggy anywhere?
I have not.
Okay.
I expect just walk around until you feel the earth shaking.
Well, there's multiple people that could do that.
Fair. If I see him, I'll let him know you are searching.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Hey, Simon.
Bye. Have a good night. Rest up.
Oh, you too.
So where is the festival happening?
I haven't a damnedest clue. It is just the first week. It is quite possible that they are still setting up.
Actually, I think it would be best for you to be out and about because most of the. Oh, careful.
On me.
Hello, Clink.
Hey, you are helping me right now. Come on.
I am. Okay.
Bye, Simon.
That way, right? That way.
You're going the right way, Clink.
This way. Hi, bye, no time.
There goes old Simon.
It is a good amount of free time, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sounds like our classes
I
are
am not
going to get
in
more.
to do later. Currently. I do not have deliveries currently.
Hello, Paz.
Evening.
Well, I guess enjoy the free time to socialize.
Yes, likewise.
Have any of you seen Sabe?
The last time I had seen her, she was out on one of the ridges. I do not know if she's still there, though.
About 5 minutes ago when I was out there, I saw her and Leon run back into town.
Oh.
They went back out.
The Eternal Hunt.
Who's all running today?
Sevi.
Sebi's with the group that are in the school currently with Valdris.
In the school?
Mm-hmm.
Acer!
Valdris.
Mystery solved.
So it seems.
Oh, sorry. No, you're fine, my friend.
Right here's fine. It's nothing. I actually wish to thank you.
Thank me for what?
Evening.
Evening.
What time's it? Ah, fuck. Wait. Yeah, we don't have time. 12 minutes left.
I'll be there in a bit.
Mm-hmm. What'd you say,
I'm kind
Evan?
of just taking notes and all of them. I'm kind of just taking whichever ones you're willing to show, because I'm kind of we're learning about it. And I'm trying my best to gather as much knowledge as I can.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you both?
Evan.
For us to process and assist where we could.
Is it
It is appreciated, truly.
Also, is everything alright in the hospital
Hey,
about
where
the
the hell
fact
is
that
Tyler?
you and the
Where's Cardbound? I just saw him. How did I miss him?
I'm gonna go get another.
God damn it. Ah, hi there. Get out of your way, Paz.
That's quite all right. So, what kind of runes are you thinking of?
So far, I'm still trying to decide. I need to look through all of them fully. I learned something with my lightning, also Paz. The best way I can describe it is I can empower my lightning, but I can't control it right now.
That is usually the
during
problem.
combat. Yeah, my spells function as normal. Normally it's not the problem, but there was, I don't know if it's me, I don't know if it's just my weird connection with lightning, but I was able to like amplify my electricity by a significant amount. I was only able to keep that up for a couple of seconds without immediately passing out, and I wasn't able to control it. My healing spell effectively turned into a lightning field. But it's something I took note of, and having a more concise healing spell would make it so that that's easier to do, and empowering it would be a little bit easier. But also, I've been thinking about, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with my spells in their in their totality. Figuring out if there's some way to make my healing be more versatile, if I can do more with it. through some means or not. It's a lot of experimenting right now. So for now, I think I want to keep it vague and just not focus on my empowering and not do it during active combat, of course. Potentially, if I figure out more, getting a little bit either adding more and getting more specific to be able to better use my empowering, or figuring out some other way. Right now, what I want to do is, I know I want to do support, but I'm trying to get a little bit creative with it, if that makes sense. I'm trying to do more without doing too much. So finding that nice middle ground is interesting.
Would you like to know what I think the most... Well, one of the most interesting ways I have seen somebody fight with lightning?
Sure, that'd be helpful.
There was a warden candidate once who had much trouble controlling where their lightning went to as well. He ended up building himself an arm that was essentially a chain and hook. Why? Well, lightning, as you may know, is attracted to metallic objects. And so he assisted his own control by throwing this chain and hook, attaching it to something, and letting the electricity travel up it to a specific spot. It may be worthwhile for you to think of something similar. Obviously, you have a difficult task as you are trying to help instead of harm. But if you can think of some sort of tool, some sort of device that could help you control where your electricity goes and use it when you are empowered, it could be helpful.
Could definitely be helpful. I think I technically have a head start on that. I'll think about that more. I think it could be potentially useful.
Something to consider. There are an infinite amount of possibilities, and you have to find what it is that works best for you.
Definitely. I have a couple of spell ideas in mind. Of course, the healing one that I've been using, but I have been working on something to potentially stun monsters. Of course, ones that aren't attuned to lightning, obviously. But it could be helpful for other kinds of magic beasts that aren't even. The only issue would be ground and lightning. Maybe finding a way, maybe empowering might get away with that.
Some magic beasts also have extremely tough skin. And oftentimes that means that just lightning strikes doesn't do much against them. Some have been covered with moss. Dampens against the same damn thing. You will find many who come out like that.
That is also something I've been kind of thinking about. A defense, some sort of lightning spell that would help shred defense. The idea that I want to run behind is I do want one offensive-ish spell that hinders a magic beast. And I might focus the other spells on supporting my team, obviously. But I'm trying to find a spell that would be either versatile or specific enough that we would work most of the time. Or a versatile enough spell to adapt to certain situations. That's where the stun comes in. It's between that or something that's... I wouldn't know how to shred defense with lightning yet. That's kind of where I'm stuck. The stun is a little bit more easier. I already have a way in mind, but even then, it depends on the conductivity of the monster.
You will always find something that you are quite effective against, and Something that you sit there and say, well, damn, I can't do a dickin' to this thing. But
yeah, I suppose that
you
is the
will have
case.
your support abilities, and as such, you will be useful regardless.
This is gonna take some time, but I've already had the idea of, pending on how much I can control my empower in the far, far, far future. Maybe I can empower other people's spells. Even ones that my lightning wouldn't normally mix against if I have enough control.
I was only learning one of
You
them.
may be able to accomplish that with some of the runes that we're talking about.
This one also needs a drink. Let's go.
Exactly what I was
Added
thinking of.
effects to current spells. Worth exploring!
There's a new drink. It's called Spin a Day.
It is.
I
Wardens are often limited by their own creativity and imagination. You do have to keep some things within a realistic scope, but there is an overwhelming amount of people who just come in and say, oh, I want a sword, or I want a gun, because that's what they grew up with. And they underutilize their own powers because it's just a gun or just a sword, as effective as they may be. There's always the ones that think outside of the box that end up being interesting. Or dead because they thought too hard outside the box.
Yeah,
There are
that's what
limits
I'm
for
trying
a
to
reason.
avoid.
You have a good night.
Yes, there are. You too, Paz. Thank you.
The playlist for now? Just below. Ended up being a full ass day, huh? I mean, I don't know why it hasn't been called yet. So let's quickly do this, do that. And we'll just give the school a good old lap to see what's going on. Because technically we should be done. But I have a feeling there's going to be some scene that's still getting played out somewhere.
A rich dark spawn.
Hello, cat.
I step down as a warden.
Yeah, which I have my
Bored.
casting one in here to replace the foci that was powering it.
Is that Scout again? Yes, it is. Ah! Oh! Oh! Uh-oh. 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 Oh, oh, yeah, ah, son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Is there no fucking... God damn it. Yeah, I could have turned the jumping up, but I'm lazy. She fast as fuck, boy. Hopefully she's not dead. Well, you have fun with that silent. I'm gonna go. Over here now. Where the fuck were these guys? Are they still in the... Are they in here? No one be in here that long, right? Am I just... Is everyone back here?
And then just drew the room that was on it. Just
I think that's what happened because I got to that point and I saw you get the cord.
Did they go to... Did they go to a different map?
I don't know.
Nope, she's not.
What are you doing?
It's okay. It's okay. She's very good at like not being disruptive.
No, they're still somewhere here.
It's
That's a
fine.
good fucking gun.
Yeah, but I don't know where they would be.
So disappointed because after class no one went and looked at rooms.
Too young to be groaning like that?
Everyone went to go play with the simulation. Go out and have their emotional talks. Hola.
She's been like basically kind of like looking up rune stuff. She just didn't have the tools and know-how to actually do it. Now she does, so now she can. She's been basically preparing for this already, kind of getting the side ready because she wants to be able to do that test that she hidden. Because I don't know if it's going to work. Glue has not. Glue did not outright.
I don't have admin privileges on that.
Citizens of Reinhold, the barrier shutdown sequence will begin in 5 minutes. The barrier shutdown sequence will begin in 5 minutes.
it's fun because I was before session talking to Lulu, going over the class outline and talking about what's in not what's in stone, but basically what's been documented and how fluid a lot of the stuff still is. So basically, it gets solidified as it happens, and I'm like, I like that.
Oh my god, were you
I was gonna say, Lulu gave me planted the whole when we were doing the microscope project. He gave me the quartz stuff and then told me just enough. And I know he was probably grinning like a shark when he did that because he knew that I would latch onto that fucking shit crazy. And
I feel so bad because I'm going over encoding and I'm like, yes, you have to engrave it into your core. And then,
how do I do it when it's my eye?
Well, no, because
it's in my body.
It is
Milo.
And I'm like,
Milo's
Milo, why did you the next day go and get it surgically implanted in the center of your body? Why?
I mean, I did put the idea out there potentially for people to think of a way to get her, if they can still get access to her, a person where it's like Marcus, where it's on his eye, if they can get somebody to build a tool that basically if they were drawing on a piece of paper and it's copying the movements with the stylus onto the thing so that it can, so basically it can write on the core while they're looking at something that they can actually see and mirror properly, and they could rearrange it get into the center of their body.
I'm telling you, Ilana does things.
Interesting.
So hopefully they go for that, because Lunali has great ideas. She just can't make that herself because that's outside of her wheelhouse. The stuff with the quartz though, that is literally her. That is her thing. It does I can't wait to either find a deep lore or cause an explosion. It's either one. I don't think there's an in between.
Part of me was like, oh, look at Lunali doing things and being sounding excited about things. Oh man, she's not just out here just
no. When she's actually enthused about it, she'll sound the same as usual, but there's a clear sign that she's interested because her talking speed goes up.
Lunali over here talking about quartz and microscopes, and I'm sitting here going, I want to make a coffee mug for Drea that says, don't be cover.
Don't be cover. That is... I really wanted to laugh when I was when Leon was just like, what do you mean by cut? Oh, wait, never mind, I got it. That fucking killed me. I could hear the gears start. It's what's the weirdest rune you've seen? And I'm sitting there okay, they're all now trying to think of the funniest thing to say right now, aren't they?
Well, you know what? So, go ahead.
At first I was like, how would this answer, right? Because what? Because yes, but also I was just but would that be weird? And so I was just well, I mean, if you think about it, it just exists. Why would they be weird? They all serve a purpose. And then of course I had to throw a something at the end in.
Yeah, and then of course fucking Lulu pops in with self-vertigo.
I'm sitting there going, okay, how can I work tentacles into this? Oh wait, Drea would not entertain this question, so damn it.
Damn it, I'm a hard ass. Shit.
What I could have worked with also is we already canonically made the joke that somebody once tried to make an arms that was their junk. And so part of me was just maybe I should. Maybe
strap-on arms. Damn.
Well, someone be running around here with a proto dick.
Pretty much. But so it was
sorry.
Can we make a joke with runes about that? No, I'll just go with the Hangover one.
Yeah.
Well, Assuming everything gets approved idea-wise, that thing I talked about may potentially happen this coming session, because I've talked about it with Lulu well in advance, and I just like, once the encoding class happens, prepare for me to do something really funny, because I'm sure, I told him well in advance that I could probably figure out what's going to probably happen.
Wait, hold on. Did any festival stuff actually happen today?
No, but some of the people started showing up for it. Like, today was like the very beginning of it, and like, from what I understand, the main, like, the biggest parts of the festivities are towards the very end of it.
Yeah.
Like, when
I just expected there to be some, like, stalls set up or whatever.
Oh. Yeah, well, I think to some degree, I think some of that stuff where like the RP for it may have happened would have probably been with like, you know, Neva and Chrono, but they had to step out early because they were getting, you know, they were feeling sick and stuff.
That happens.
And like the bakery one would have been like a prime example of that.
True.
Although, I don't know if it was just me, but like, were some people periodically, like, just for a brief moment sounding like they were on Whisper, but then like going back to normal?
Like, were you on Whisper our entire conversation?
The sky goes dark.
Not at the beginning, but eventually, yes.
And the barrier shuts down.
Okay.
As
It's like
tonight's session,
2/3 of it, I could barely hear you.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
it was fine. I could still make out everything.
I will
the
say
distance.
the
you
Whisper
have to be
feels
close
like
to
it got more aggressive, and it's like really hard for me to hear even at max volume.
Well, it's also it's the distance that you have to be next to somebody for the Whisper to sound normal seems like it's a lot closer now.
Yeah, I
was sitting with like this with Simon and Osiris. Like, think of like this, and like we could barely hear each other.
Yeah, no, because I put on myself on Whisper talking to Valdris, and like I was like this close, and I could like barely hear him.
Yeah. So that may have gotten adjusted a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably let them.
Yeah.
But I swear, like, there were some people that I swear were like randomly going into Whisper for like a brief moment and then going back, and I don't think it was meant to. I would have to go back and like.
I mean, it's also possible that VRChat changed shit with their latest update, so.
Of course.
So, I noticed something new today. So, in the past, if you're moving and you open up a radial on your other hand, like, you go full speed. Have you ever had that problem? But now, if you're moving and you open up your radial, you go the same speed.
Very chaotic. Yeah. You can partial stick.
Oh, it's it's so nice.
Yeah.
I used to
I have to go around.
It's good. Nice talk today, by the way.
We got to see Boots today.
Nice talk.
Yeah. Trey is sitting here the entire time going, no, it's not a choice. None of this is a fucking choice. It's nice to think that way.
Well, it's like it's a choice, but it is not a choice. Yes. And that's kind of like
she was.
What was it?
She was told
what
she should retire. It would have been forced retirement if she didn't teach.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably didn't know that part.
No. Valdris would be the only one that knows. Yeah.
So,
and maybe Reginald. But yeah.
Paz will only work off of information he has. Yeah. That's good.
Yep.
Glad we got to have it. And it wasn't right at the end of the fucking session this time.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Are there people to harass?
Yeah. I gotta.
That's fucking hilarious.
They might be still inside.
Listen, she's trying her best. She
Oh,
has
did
no idea the background.
Oh, she's right there. Okay.
She's aware that they are
Yeah.
people that have
It was good stuff.
How did you send
We got another person into our circle.
Like you, hey, what time of day is it? Baby.
What's up?
She just wants them to have babies.
Yo, the fit.
I can't hear you.
Jump scare.
He just wants
God.
one character flaw for.
I hope you guys had a good session. I literally had nothing to do, so I was just jumping into different streams while I was sitting down at the general
Dude,
store.
It was just fucking one talk after another for me. Some planned, some not.
So yeah, I just kept on like jumping into different streams. I took the whole entire lesson. I took the whole entire lesson. I was listening to the whole entire lesson while I was at the general store. Nobody was coming in, so I was like, might as well since I don't stream.
Yeah. Let's see what's going on.
It, so.
Yep, I got you.
So.
Yeah, it did last a little long today, so.
Yeah.
And then
busy day.
It was a good session though.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean for our thing. I didn't mean for the thing at the beginning of the day to go that long. I was just asking, like, okay, where does Sevi sit on the don't talk about this scale? That was basically what Simon was asking.
Oh, yeah. No worries. I mean, but at the same time, Paz definitely believes that, like, certain people, like, you should be able to know certain things. Right? And, like, just being aware of things. It was good.
What's gonna happen was Mira basically herself checking in with,
I completely forgot that even happened at the beginning. It's just so much other shit was going on that I was like,
There
what
was
the?
a lot.
All right. We did talk about that this morning, didn't we?
Talked about that, then we talked with Osiris, then you went to find Valdris, but you ended up talking to Dickory.
Yep. Yeah, there was a lot of that going on.
Absolute insanity. Utter insanity.
Had to talk to local squid girl.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
That was one of the other things Simon was gonna ask about, but she was there, so it felt awkward to ask about it. He was gonna like, is Iku okay? And then Iku comes in and joins with morning calisthenics. And I'm like, I guess they're okay to an extent.
Cassie is also going to spend a night there.
No, yeah, they were Paz and Iku, and sometimes Opal would have been doing that on and off for the past like month, basically.
Yeah, Simon usually goes around there, so I see you guys sometimes.
Yep.
The one that this shit happens to. I'm just assuming it's you.
Feel free to jump in if you want to do some Tai Chi. Because that's what old people do.
All Simon knows is it's like Tachi something, and his aunt threw out her back doing it from a magazine when he was little.
Okay, fair. Understandable. Have a nice day.
I had that talk with somebody actually.
I always got that thing on me.
like we saw him
move away from here a bit. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello, Imagine. How you doing?
You know, it's a thing.
Yeah, thing. It was certainly a thing today, wasn't it?
That was a thing.
A lot of juicy developments.
Certainly things happening. Remember, Iku, no means no.
No means no.
No means no. And then, of course, like, I walk into the fucking clinic and, like, one of the dudes is working on you, and I'm just like, God fucking damn it.
No means no, Iku. No means no.
No means no, Iku means I need you to say no.
It's fine. She knew about scientists. She knew them, so it's fine.
As you already see, I have
Apparently, there's a lot of people which are very skeptical and they don't like any of the scientists. Like none of them. They're not even giving them an inch.
It's one of the so.
Which makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, in a lot of ways, it's from Paz's perspective, right? It's like, listen, if they have papers that say they're on the up and up, the papers check out. Yuku says she wants to go with them and knows them or whatever. I can't really stop her, but at the same time, I want her to know that like, if she's being forced to do this and she doesn't want to, like, it doesn't matter if she's being ordered by someone. If she doesn't want to, if the orders come from anywhere else other than the wardens, they are null and void. Like, doesn't need to follow them. Especially when he heard like punishment, it was just like, he was gonna be like, start shaking you. Like,
just say no. Say no.
Damn you, squid woman!
You have like 9 brains. Use them. Or technically 5.
You're supposed to be smarter than this.
Oh wow, she is smart, but she's also been conditioned to follow said orders. Hey Stuart.
We're trying to break the habit, We're trying to break the habit. Tonight.
You can break the habit.
We're breaking the habit tonight.
I'm like actually fucking tired. Figure out.
Yeah.
Dude, I like how like we kind of went from Reginald and Paz just kind of hanging out all the time, so nearby, to like never seeing each other anymore.
I said hi once. That's all I
know,
can do.
like we've been able to say like hi a couple of times, and that's about it.
Like hi Paz.
Friends just.
Bye Paz.
Hi Paz. Bye Paz.
Can't believe it.
We're all
It's
doing our own shit.
It's hard to be angry and then concerned and then.
Run the gamut of
Put you
emotions.
through that emotional roller coaster.
Don't worry about it.
What was that? And there was a second one, and then there's another big thing, medical emergency, where there was actual surgery that happened, and that was crazy. Was that good? I gave you my best.
No, yeah, it was fine. It was like 100%. It was great.
Wait.
I just hope the experience. I hope the experience in your end was okay.
Yeah. I got to be real pissed off, and then not trust, and then somewhat trust, and then be extra stern.
You're just riding that roller coaster, buddy. Riding that roller coaster.
Yeah. I feel bad the entire time having to be like an a-hole to you guys, because you guys are doing great.
Do it!
Yeah, man, it happens. Just do your thing.
They deserve it.
Oh. Oh my god.
How'd you like that fucking lore dump?
Oh, after rolling literally not even 5 minutes ago from the identities of the scientists to that, this little goat boy's like.
Oh, by the way, all the history that you've ever known is false! Yay!
By the way, we could be the ones teetering upon the existence or destruction of the world as we know it. Yay!
Yep. Yeah, guess what? Either we survive, we fix things, or everyone dies! Woo!
Oopsie daisy. I literally told my chat.
We're gonna die anyway, so it's fine.
I told my chat, I said, okay guys, I'm gonna go end stream. I came over here, brought up my mirror, and just kind of slumped to the floor. No, I just have my mirror over me as I like laid out.
Dude, I got like parts of this revealed like week after, like a couple of weeks apart, and I was just like, excuse me, what?
Oh my god! And now the possible Ash Council. Now the possible Shadow Council watching us. It's like, man, if I knew there were gonna be days like this, I wouldn't have crawled out of the primordial soup.
Oh
No.
man,
Amazing.
It's good stuff.
Just amazing. Oh my god, absolutely. I'm just oh.
Well, whether gonna be the savior of humanity or everyone dies. Woo!
Good end or bad end.
There's no mana in it, but even just having a broken core is illegal.
Yeah. Well, it's not even a. Yeah, no, it's not a broken core. So the way it was described by the
Getting my hellos and highs done very quickly because I don't know how bad my eyes are going to react to this. So hello, hi, I love you all.
Hello.
I'm sorry I didn't get to see you. I had to do fucking open eye surgery. Not in VR because I don't need to do them that much anymore. Hello, hi, I love you.
You're the best.
Still recovering. Hopefully my eyes don't cook and die.
I hope so too.
Microwaving the eyeballs.
Yeah. I decided I'm never gonna do that.
Open up.
Laser surgery.
Did you get to see Butters?
Yeah, LASIK.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. A long time ago, when I was in high school, we had we're learning about like how like concave and convex mirrors work. And for some reason, because my physics teacher was telling me about that, like, well, that's how eyes work.
How you doing?
And so then she showed us a fucking video of a laser eye surgery.
But he called me short.
And it was literally like a close-up of an eyeball as it gets fucking like literally like scalpel cut, like film cut off of the eye, and I was like, oh hell no, dude. I can't even think about having contacts because I just hate the notion of touching my eyes that badly. And you want me to be awake as they cut my eye off?
Somebody's looking for you. They're from
No.
No,
not
happening. They both just look and go.
For me, like, I've been able to touch my eye before, but
Fucking awesome. Yeah, there was.
I saw some shit, and now I'm like, you know,
Here's neutral.
I'm
My
not.
character started today.
I'm not the easiest with it right now. Like, I'll be honest, like, gore. I mean, if I see like movie gore, completely fine. Anything that looks like too real, I'm like, whoa, wait a second.
Popping fucking grapes, yeah, a little bit of a problem.
Fun trauma day.
Yep. Either way.
What happened?
Ah, man. All right, I'm gonna go and stream real quick. I'm gonna do that. Alrighty, everybody. Thanks for joining me today. Had a nice full day of RPs. We had some gloom in the morning. And a good old day of Eden loss. So I think what I'm gonna do, by the way, is I'm probably just gonna put out both last episode and this episode on. I'll probably do one on like Tuesday and then the other one Wednesday, something like that. Because I just didn't have enough time to like do all the timestamps of the last one and all that. So I still have to put that out. So that'll be out on YouTube at some point, and then this one will go up. Cool. Next week, I expect Thursday, probably, hopefully, Aegis. Somebody fucking.
Oh yeah, hold on. Tradition. Tradition.
From the
Listen-
bottom of my
listen
heart,
here,
like
you little
deepest,
shit.
darkest bottom of my heart, I don't give a shit. Of course you can drink beer, as long as you're comfortable. It was
Hello,
the
I'm being
worst
shot at.
thing.
Oh god! My fucking ear!
Hey, there.
That's the nickname.
All right. Yeah. Anyone else who's gonna be up for a while? Might just tell you guys to go entertain yourselves the fuck? You know what? Let's do it. We'll send you guys to Neva. Have fun over there. I'll talk to you guys later. Next week. Gloom. Jamie. Paz. We're rounding out the party. Take care. I should probably end recording. Hold on. Oh, I didn't record. Ha! Okay, well, I'll have to get that from you. Anyway, bye-bye.